with my nephews and nieces and the family to accept you know, growing, everybody um, uh, read in all our villages. We grew up without all the junk that we're eating today. We grew where they had no went to bed at night after doing our and that kind of stuff at night, and then up at again at 7, whether we were in the camp or in town. So um, um, Dawn in our community. It was been in our community all one time or another. And dicey, we put almost every type of leaders by what we should be helping. We all grew. And then from the time I remember, right out of high school, my sister Clara was in what leads up to today, the politics of today, our city council. I remember railroad council something. It's kind of like mayor. So I took it, encouraged me. They gave me and he kept pushing, and Ruby Tribal was the Ruby. I've been serving with him on include 17 on the for many board. I wrote somebody. He was always pushing for our, and so it's an appreciation for what he's been, and I just want to thank you all.
Good morning. I made that blue shirt in memory of my dad. And I just want to thank everybody that made really good speeches at his service at Westport this year. And I know he's going to be. I miss him. And yeah, he was always, he mentioned to me before about, he was concerned about the youth growing up, wondering what they're going to do. You know, he wanted to see work, you know, so they could have something to back on later in life. Or so to care, so. Again, I'd like to thank him. Yeah, he was always talking to my deputy partner. He told me, thank you. Thank you. That was my brother Bill, First Chief Pat McCarty, and my niece Nikki here took care of him a long time. And incidentally, I want to thank the past TCC presidents and stuff before they brought that to Ruby last fall. They had a little gathering, I believe, in some church. But I want to thank those people that were there for the respect that they showed. Would you like to say? You want to say something?
Hi, my name is Nikki. This is his great granddaughter, and she practiced all morning to say thank you today, but she's a little scared. But I just want to say thank you to everybody.
Thank you very much. Your dad, Don, your grandpa was a very gentle man. And when I first went to Ruby, I was working for Denakkanaaga Chiefs, and I was doing communications, how to talk to your kids. And I gave example. I said, you know how our husbands always look for their hats? They're always looking for something. We gotta follow them. We know where it's at, and we'll just give it to them.
I was telling Clara and all the women that was there.
You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to just be there. Give your husband whatever he's looking for. And I saw Don that evening. He said, hey, Anna, I know what you're doing. You better get out of town. So anyway, he was just joking around with me, but that was the kind of guy he was. Very gentle. So thank you so very much for being here this morning. And thank the women who did the bead work on there. And they're always there when we need them. Bessie. She said thank you.
Bessie. Yes.
We're talking about for the moment of silence.
The next thing on the agenda will be welcoming our new traditional first chief, Trimble Gilbert, and he is on the phone. So, Trimble, you have any good words for us?
Yeah, true. Might not have them on yet.
Good morning.
For and this is your sash.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay. No? No, he's on phone. Anyway, I'm so who was the person that she
Hello?
go
Can you hear us, Josh?
thank you. And now honoring those that have passed like, with our video. If you want to, where can I? Oh, this one. To my right. And board members, you're just going to have to look at me the whole time. We have you on, it'll be shown on the smaller TV. Huh? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
We are also on, please. Thank
Thank you. Okay. Could we get the video on the podium, please? So people that are watching on the internet can see what's going on? Thank you. If you could keep it up on the podium, that'd be great. Thank you. So right now, as you all know, this is going to be a historic meeting for Denakkanaaga. You just saw, we honored our late chief, and upon his passing, Trimble Gilbert of Arctic Village became our traditional first chief. And so at this meeting, per our bylaws of Denakkanaaga, this new traditional second chief will be selected. And for this past year, in this process, I know some people have had some questions. So I'm going to go to the board, which is made up of elders and one youth from in what they be discussion before the actual the vote about what, you know, what is the in our region, and talk about guides us, and that'll that was the, and we realize, you know, traditionally, you know, things weren't written down, but as the representatives of the elders, that it was down about what we're looking for in a leader, in a chief. Councils nominated for the traditional second chief had to be set, could be a ground, and I, you know, that's, but our boards felt it important that there be transparency. If we're going to have a leader that is respected and a mentor to many, that, you know, that everything is transparent. Selected to speak their native language. The individual could share stories, our traditions, or her is humble and respect, and really exemplify family values. The traits our board felt should be in a chief include having an issue and offer wisdom that he or she has acquired throughout their life, knowledge of traditional language, dances, subsistence life, know has been a good person for his or her, she, their bounty, is good at speaking before that convey, speaks from their heart so people listen to what they're saying, has leadership skills, or her tribe, is an upstanding citizen who other role model, has led throughout the non be among the people. So it's that our board looking for a chief. This area, that document was sent along with a nomination for May and February. And to May 2nd, we accepted that allow. And then in a few minutes, you will be hear the speeches from our 4 nominees. And then, as I mentioned, tomorrow, the actual selection will be done. And the selection, per our bylaws, is the board of directors from Denakkanaaga, the delegates from the different villages, and then also our first chief. Those will be the folks that will be voting for our traditional second chief for the region. And keep in mind, these positions are for life. So that, we will now have our speeches. And Benedict Jones Sr. is one nominee from Kayakuk. He is joining us by video. We also have Mary Rose Agnes. She is in Huslia for the potlatch, so unable to be here, but she's joining us by phone. And then our other 2 nominees are Anna Frank, Reverend Dr. Anna Frank, and then also Andy Jimmy. So those are the 4 nominees that we have for our traditional second chief of the region. So at this time, Josh back there, our IT folks and video, are we able to pull up Benedict Jones? Is he online? He should be joining us via Zoom, and we offer get well wishes to him. He's actually in the hospital right now in Anchorage. Do we have him on there, Josh? We're getting him? Okay, so bear with us, please. Modern technology.
Gosh darn it.
Is Benedict, are you there?
Yes. Here.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Okay, just.
Okay. Good morning, Benedict, and we hope you're feeling a little better. This is your opportunity right now. I know you're joining by phone, but we are now at the time of our meeting where we're hearing nomination speeches from the nominees, and this is your time to address the people here at the conference. So I'll hand it over to you, Benedict.
Okay.
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Hello?
Okay, we're having some technical issues here.
Okay.
Can Benedict start talking?
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, this Benedict Jones, can you hear me? This is Benedict Jones, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Benedict. Go ahead.
It's a great honor to be nominated for the second chief of and chief. I just like to mention one thing that I want to honor the Tlingit Indians in the Port Yukon area. I was down here for a third of the meeting several years ago, and I was on the floor, made a Athabascan speech for Yukon. And there's one, I was standing in the hallway and the one guy came up to me. And he said he was the last survivor of the World War II quote talker. So I really want to honor the Fort Yukon people for that language. He asked me several questions in Athabascan, what they use in the quote. But I couldn't understand him. I didn't know that the Fort Yukon people. Later on, I found out it was the Fort Yukon people that used quote talking. But it's a great honor to run for the second chief. If not elected, I would like to help the first chief as much as I can about the culture and the native language. You know, there's one thing I don't know if you know, that the birds, fish, and the game, they have their chief. The first one is the yellow spurs, the chief of all the birds. And Queen Salmon is the chief of all the fish. And one important thing was the wolverines were the chief of all animals. And when we were kids, if somebody catch a wolverine in Kaiko or any other villages in that area, they'd send us kids around town hollering, Doya, Neo. That means the chief came. So everybody, all the men and the boys that's over 12 years old, they bring the food to the wolverine, and they had the wolverine sitting up facing the door, and they put all the food in front of the wolverine. And after everybody bring their food and whatever they bring, they just like God, they have the Last Supper with the wolverine. That's what really wanted. I don't know if any people in our area knows about that. I'm the last one that they told a story about this. And so several of the birds, they speak our language. Robin Redbreast is one of them that they say, he said, my uncle downriver, Dada Seleh Korkhoi Tilzut Sitli. And he said that his cousin downriver told him to eat pike in distance. Then he just laughed like hell after he pronounced it. And there's one chickadee birds that speak her language too. And that one said, Uni, singing away in the morning. That what he means is that his home is way up the Kaikouk River or up the Yukon River. And then the camp robbers, they speak her language too. When we're hunting moose or black bear in the fall time, they follow us. They fly behind us. And if we catch moose, they'll announce, go Toledo, sit down here. So that all the camp robbers in the hearing distance, they come and gather around us till we finish cutting up the meat and leave them the guts. And the owl talked to us too. That one, he just gave us a message if there's somebody gonna die in the family. he'll let us know. And then other languages that there's several languages, but I keep forgetting. And it's the language that birds use. And when we're hunting moose or black bear, we'd be going along the river, and raven would be flying alongside of us. And we keep mentioning every now and then, every bend we go to around the bend or in the lake, we mention that Sigas Nahasna Fish. You see, old man drop your bag, and he'd start circling and he'd flip over. And so we know there's moose there. One time my brother and I were having lunch up at the Kaikook River, and we were at the mouth of the lake, and that raven flew over us. And I tell that raven to drop his bag, and he swung around several times, and he dropped his bag. And I told my brother, I said, we just cook whitefish in a campfire. And I tell him, wait till we get done eating. But then I guess the moose could hear us. He was up on top of the bank, we didn't know it. And we just start eating, and that moose was hear us, and he just ran away with his horns. We could hear him. And that's what the raven tell us. So I'd be really great honor to help, if not elected, I'd be great honor to help the first chief about our language and biography and all that. So I'll be glad to run for a second chief and help as much as I could our traditional knowledge. I'm the last person that they told stories to us when we were about 10 years old. We didn't have no school during World War II. They closed the school down in 1942. So the elders, they tell us the raven story. Takes 2 weeks to 2 hours a night to tell the stories. They start from lower end of the village, and each night we go to different house. And if they don't finish the story, to go back to the first village elder. So I was the last person that they told, but I was too young to remember. But this one elder told me that I used to visit him all the time because his son was my friend. And that was about 75 years ago, before he died. He told me, he said, you know, you're gonna, down the States, they're gonna be earthquake, fire, tornado, and all that. He said it's gonna happen. So I kept that in mind all the time until the last 2 years. That's what's happening, all the destructive down the States. And then just before he last word, he said, I guess he predicted that I was going to live a long time. He had a vision. He said, at your time, you people's going to have a hard time making living. I think that was what he meant, was all the king salmon and summer chum and all that going to deplete. And all the little animals, rabbits, spruce hens, chickens, ptarmigans, all that disappeared. Even the squirrels and weasels all disappeared the last 5 years. I noticed that. And that's what that old man predicted. He had a vision of that. So if any other question, I'd be glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Benedict, and we hope you feel better soon. Next, we will hear from Andy Jimmy, our second nominee, and then Mary Rose Agnes will be third. So if we could get her queued up. Andy, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you. Good morning. Hi, people who don't know me. My name is Andy Jimmy. I'm from Minto.
Yeah. Oh, okay, let's see.
Born in a winter camp in the Minto Flats, 1935. Stayed in camps with my grandma most of the time, and where I learned a lot about how our people used to live. I start at an early age, and just before I was 18 years old, I was nominated and elected on the Minto Village Council, Old Minto. I stayed there many years, work in the summer. To move to New Minto, I was chief for a long time. My mom died in 1970, 69. I put her on the plane. She said, I want you to help the people. I want you to lead the people. Do whatever you can to help our Minto people. So I really honored that. I tried my best to do what she wanted me to do. I was a delegate for TCC conference 1976. I was nominated and elected on the E-board a couple of terms, then 2 terms as vice president. All that time, I was trying to get on the health board somehow, because I feel that if we had better communications, my mom could have lived a lot longer. 1985, I got on the health board. The same year, I got on the statewide health board representing TCC, Alaska Native Health Board, 2000 ANTHC, and I'm still on them, still serve on the board. I appreciate all the help I got from different people all over, especially the elders. I spent so much time with the elders, with my grandma. I used to move her out right after New Year's when I was able to run the dogs. Every weekend I would stay out there with her. I know my language. I can say it and tell you what it means. I interpret for people that's putting a dictionary together. I have trouble putting it in a sentence because I had a speech problem. When I was growing up, I had my own language. Nobody can understand me. I can say anything I want it. Except my grandma. She couldn't speak English. She understand me though. So having that speech problem kind of drew me to the elders because they didn't laugh at me when I talk. I listen. Peter John always tell me, he says, you got 2 ears, 1 mouth. That means you have to listen twice as much as you talk. So I hang out with these elders. They're always making something, paddle, fish traps or whatever, snowshoes. And I learned a lot, just listen to them. After I got out of boarding school, I started building sleds and different things, which I taught my grandkids. My grandkids are always around. We go hunting together. Still go out hunting every year. Sharing is one of the great things that I learned from my dad. My brother and I used to hunt grouse after school, rabbits. That's our snare line in wintertime. We can't keep what we caught. We clean them, cut it up, ready for the pan, give it to the elders. We didn't thought, at first we didn't think it was a very good idea. We wanted to eat it. So my grandkids got that. Being on the E-board, when Chief Andrew Isaac first got traditional chief, I was appointed to travel with him. He used to travel with the E-board, and I traveled with him. He would talk from the time we got on the airplane till we landed. So layover, we had to lay over 12 hours in Seattle one time, and he talked the whole time. He was a good teacher. He told me how important it was to take care of your people. He said, you, in your capacity, you don't take care of just mental people. You take care of people all over Tanana Chief region. That's what I try to do. Neil Charlie, elder from Minto, he says, you're in pretty good position, you say, but don't ever forget who put you there. And I honor that. Chief Peter John always tell me, protect your land. We lost so much land since I first went to Minto. We don't want to lose any more. Do what you can to keep our land. And I heard this from my grandma. We got sites on four corners. Are not really boundary, close to it, that we don't. Grandma said her mother used them, her people in her mother's time couldn't go out of that boundary because they were doing war with other tribes. And I can name all four landmarks and four corners in our language. I had that's by Murphy Dome, Tagatili by Ninana, Sithayet around Tolvana, Sitharia behind Minto. That's our boundary. That's our. Peter John was quite a land man. He'd tell me, always take your grandkids out to where your grandfather used to hunt, fish, and trap. That's what we try to do. We're doing it. I had the privilege of visiting Chief David Salmon. He used to make bow and arrow, spears, different things. So you got to tell your young people what kind of equipment, what kind of weapons, what kind of tools that our grandfather. If we don't tell them or we don't show them, they will never know. I was really honored to be nominated for second chief. At first I thought maybe I wasn't qualified, but thinking about it with all what I learned from the elders. And I worked on the boats for years. I traveled every river in interior of Alaska. The elders used to have a little bench by the river and they would watch the boat. I used to visit with them. I especially like the old man from Hoosley who used to sit there and wait till I get off so he can tell me stories about how they live, with their traditional way of living. So old man from used to carry mail from Holy Cross, Caltag, Unacleat, down the coast back to Holy Cross, spoke 3 languages perfectly. You listen to people like that, you learn a lot. Like I say, I always got grandkids. I was thinking, I travel quite a bit. I travel all over Alaska, lower 48. Being on the health board, that I was chairman of the Alaska Native Health Board, the First Nations people of Canada invite me and the CEO to trying to teach them how we do our health system in Alaska. So I went to Vancouver, British Columbia. I'll go back. One of the elders that I used to visit coming back from school, his name is Titus John, and I tried to talk to him and he couldn't hardly understand it. And he'd just smile and he'd say, one of these days, he spoke in his language. He said, one of these days you'll speak to lots of people. He said. I was in Vancouver, British Columbia, and I thought of that while I was on a mic like this. They say that building holds 3,000 people and it was almost full. Myself, I say, thank you, Titus. That's the kind of encouragement I used to get. And I was, like I say, I was honored to be nominated. Would appreciate your support. Do what I can to pass our traditional way. Every elder I ever talked to say we got to keep our language, keep our tradition, keep our dancing. And one of the things that we're really proud of in Minto, we got special way to cut up our moose. We don't use axe, no saws, knives. That's to save as much as meat you can, and we have special parts of the moose that we give to elders or visitors, the good parts. And we still honor that. We still have that tradition. And thank you. Like I say, appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Do we have Mary Rose Agnes on the line now? She's our third nominee. She's from Caltag, and currently she's in Huslia for the potlatch. Mary Rose, can you hear us? Is she there? Mary Rose? Is she on mute on her side? Okay. Can you hear us, Mary Rose? Okay. Mary Rose, are you there? Okay, while you guys try to get her on, we'll go to our fourth nominee and ask her to come up and address the folks here at the conference and those online, and that is Anna Frank.
Thank you. My name is, I have so many names. Reverend Dr. Chief Anna Frank. Most of my friends call me Taj. That's my Indian name. Born and raised in Minto, Alaska, Old Minto. I was, like Andy talked about, most of us that age, our age today, were raised up in the old traditional ways. We were raised up in spring camps, fish camps, from March until September. So I always remember when I first went to work for Tanana Chiefs, my dad, Jonathan David, told me, be careful of what you say or what you do. You'll be judged not because you're Anna Frank, but because you're from Minto. And so, meaning when you go out away from your village, you're representing your village. That's what he meant. As we were growing up, we had rules to live by. They were strict rules. Our elders were very strict with us. Us young women had rules, and that lasts a lifetime. If you see our elders here today, they had rules, and they still live by them. Our young men also had rules. And that's what Andy was talking about. As I was growing up, I always remember my dad waking me up and said, Anna, get up, I'm going to eat. Which means, as young women, you don't go to the bathroom while your father eats. You don't wash up your face while your father eats. Those are the kind of rules I'm talking about. We didn't do these things because we respect our men, because they were the providers for us. They had to go out. They didn't work an 8-hour-a-day job, but they went out trapping and hunting. That was their job. By living this way of life, we showed respect. respect to the person who provides for the family. When we were teenagers, when we became teenagers, our mothers put us in a little tent and taught us how to take care of ourselves, how to be a woman. We had to eat certain food. We didn't eat fresh meat. That's almost teaching us deny ourselves some things so we get used not just getting everything when you want it. When men used to go out hunting, they didn't come in the house and throw their gloves and hat on the floor or on the couch. We didn't even have couches. They didn't bring their pack sack in. There's a nail should be on the wall outside where you hang your pack sack. You didn't bring it in the house. You hang your gun up. You hang your snowshoe up. Those are the things that we were taught as young people. We were taught as we were growing up, speak for what is right for the people, not for yourself. You're there as a tribe, and you think like a tribe, not individual like most of us do today. That's what we have to teach our young people. And as elders, hopefully we will continue to do that. All these changes came with boarding school. Some of our traditions we didn't keep up because the kids went away and they came back thinking differently. They went to, most of the kids in my area went to Wrangell. And they were just used to eating muskrat, moose meat, ducks. And as I would listen to their stories, I didn't go to boarding school. They get food on in their plate, and they just play around with it because they never eat canned corn or string beans or anything like that. It was different. They had to learn new ways, new things. I think we stopped teaching our children when they went to the boarding schools. They didn't take us older ones. They left us home. They took the younger ones. I guess they were easier to teach. Us, we were already set in our ways. We were harder to convince. And now we're trying to change things. Our children are educated now. Our children are running corporations. But we can still hang on to our traditional ways. That could be taught also the same time they're going to school. I try to do that in my family. I remember when we lost Richard, my granddaughter had a hard time with that. And what she learned was that she needed to burn food. She was going to school outside. And when she got too lonesome or sad, she would burn food and pray. I don't know why we stopped doing that in some places. We need to get back to that. That's spiritual. If you want a male chief, then you must raise your young men how to be chiefs. It's our fault. We have to teach them how to be strong young men again. We can't just let that go. I hear that. I hear we never had women chief. My answer is that, well, then let's start raising men chief if you want strong young men. If you want them to grow up to be traditional, let's raise them like that. That means put those values back up on the wall and discuss them and what it means to you. All we look at is a piece of paper with values. We never discuss the values. What does it mean, humor? What does it mean, spirituality? What does respect mean? That's what we were taught way back, and we have kind of forgotten that. Let's get back to our old way of thinking. We could put the two together and make our nation stronger, make our village stronger. We have hard time getting our young men, young people to hang on to jobs. I know when Richard and Andy was 13, 14 years old, they went out and got a job. And they stuck with the job all summer. Richard was 13 years old when he went to work on the railroad. He said after work, he played with the boss's son. But he stuck it out. His sister went to a Klutna, and she told him, we'll be coming home on the train, and I'll be standing on this side. So when the train went by, he waved at his sister, and he went in the woods and cried. Trauma. A lot of our young kids go through trauma. A lot of our old people went through trauma. It's time for a healing. It's time to heal ourselves. And you can't do that when you're using substance. We had to find that out the hard way. But now our kids get all kinds of education. But we, as parents, as elders, we must become their teachers. We are the most important people in the village as elders, and start using them. Denakkanaaga is going to have culture camp for elders. That sounds funny because We have to teach our elders to become elders. We forgot how. If you want to be that person the people want, you must work for it. You have to speak up when you don't want to. And you know that in your heart because it keeps nagging on you. You're supposed to be there. You're supposed to be up front. I tell my brother Andy, if you want to be a chief, you got to start speaking up. Because he's kind of bashful old man. He don't speak like me. I open my mouth all the time. And that's the kind of person you have to be if you want to lead your people. You got to speak up for the people. You're given a voice where that other person don't have a voice. Our Creator gave us voices to be where we should be. Don't be on these boards just to come to Fairbanks every 2 months. Sometimes people do that. You get on these boards to be the speaker of your town. I want our elder person to start speaking up about elder home. It's a terrible shame that our elders got no place to go. We look for homes every day in Fairbanks for people who are sick. They got no place to go. I say every village should start an elder home. It just have to start with one cabin, and you could add on to it. You don't need an elaborate place for our Native people. That's not what they're asking for. They just want to be home. Oh, you feel that earthquake? Or is it the bridge? It does that every time I speak. So this, I'm not throwing my name because I want to become that traditional chief. I want to be a speaker for our people and show our young people what it means to have an elder up there to teach. I run so I could back up somebody. And for you younger people, start thinking in this direction. You're going to be here someday, standing here. I hope it never quits. Do what you need to do for your communities and other communities that have nothing. Be that speaker for them. Standing here is not easy, it's scary. Because you're making a commitment to something. Let's become teachers, all of us, the best teachers that our kids could recognize. And you start when they're babies. What was it like to raise a baby? What was it like for a young woman to become a young woman? A young man to shoot his first little. We used to make potlatch for our little boys, even if they throw rock and kill mouse. We have little tea for them. We don't do that anymore. We got to get back to that. So let's put our brain in gear and think traditionally. Because without our tradition, we're lost. We got to start using our elders. Tell us story. What it was like. What did Elizabeth have to go through to get this far? I tell you, she worked hard to be where she is today. And she made a lot of changes in her life. And young women look at her and say, I want to be like her. I want to be like Grandma. So when you vote, vote for the person who you think will be your speaker. That's all I ask. Doesn't matter. It's sad that we have to do a background check for our elders. We know each other from villages. Pick the person who you think is the right person for this whole area, not just your area. The whole Tanana Chiefs area. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, let's try this again. Mary Rose Agnes is in Huslia, and she's our fourth nominee. Mary Rose, can you hear us now? We want to thank the people in Huslia. They've been helping, trying to get her on. So they're all at the tribal council office there. So we appreciate them trying to help her.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mary Rose, you have the floor now to talk to the conference attendees.
I will introduce myself in my language. You hear me?
Yes, we do.
They hear you? Yeah. No to kalka kasto hulislan. Oy ika and ina sahanatio. Ita and Ina is Alexei Petka and Mary Petka. And Ina is Sunika. Iditi as Kututon Ina Tio. And Ita Tenana Tio. So the Hurila Edith and two so alike. Bernard Alexei and Albert Alexei. My name is Mary Rose Agnes. I was born in Caltech. My parents were Alexei Petka and Mary. But I don't remember my mom. I was too young when she died. I had two brothers, Bernard and Albert, and a sister. When my mom died, our dad kept us. I'm just going to tell you my life because this is surprised that I got nominated. I was in Fairbanks. I fell down and I had a hairline fractured. And pretty soon people come in. They tell me it's the ladder nominated you. But I was too hurt to think about it, and I was gonna say no. But you know, when something like that happened to you, you're being honored. And I stay back here in Huslia. I thought about it. I was going to go in, but I can't, still on a wheelchair. Anyway, as I was growing up, no education. Camp. The little we stay in town, we go to school. But that's not for very long. Anyway, I want to work, but no education. And then the language came up, and they tell me, "What do you teach?" I tell them, I will try to teach my young children. And then they hired me through GED. I got to have something to follow up. I taught for 19 years. And district ran out of money, so I quit. But then they got money again. After 19 years, I quit. But they got some more money. And today I'm still working. I don't want to work, but I want to teach these young people what I know as I was growing up. These young people, they got more education than we had, but they didn't know our culture. So we're trying to help them. Other than that, I thank a lot of people for nominating me. It's an honor. A couple of years ago, I was playing my favorite game, Pan, and I got a call. And them girls, they tell me, Auntie, you got a phone call. Phone call at this hour, I tell them. And I went to the phone. Somebody got on the other side and say, "You're tribal chief." Oh, what a shock. And I said, "How?" Nobody tell me. You were voted in, they tell me. I was just shocked. And this one too shocked me. But I hope they get the best, get this position. Because I'm just learning, even I'm old. When we were growing up, we were poor, but we didn't know it. We were always happy. Working, snares, everything. Some of the things that Anna said, we used to do those things too. We have to work to eat as young as we were. And my dad got married again. And then we got the woman she married was a good woman. Taught us lots. And we worked by looking at people we learned a long time ago. Because no school. And just stepmom, if I say, look around. See what other people is doing. So we do that, and we learn lots from that. I like to thank Nalado Tribal for nominating me. It's an honor. Thank you, Nalado.
Thank you, Mary Rose. So those were our 4 candidates. And like I mentioned, there'll be time for all of you, the delegates, to talk with each other before you make that important vote with the Denakkanaaga board and our first chief, Trimble Gilbert, tomorrow morning. We're going to take a short break. For those online watching, we're going to come back at 10 to 11. Before we go, though, I want to mention a few things. There are snacks and coffee in the back. Our photographer, Athena, is here. She's back here. She's going to be taking portraits of any elder that would like one. If you want to go see her over there in the corner, she'd be happy to do that for you. We have a moose hide raffle going on in the back, $25 a ticket for a $4,000 moose hide. We also have the 50-50 raffle going on for today. We'll do the winning ticket at the end of the day. And then we also have the beadwork contest. Diana is over here at the table. Any delegate or alternate delegate can vote on the beadwork. We're working with the borough, the Fairbanks North Star Borough, to help put a little native culture in their parks here in town. And then also, if you like, Manny is in the back there. He has pop for sale for $1 if you'd like a pop. So we'll take a short break and we'll come back at 10 to 11. Thank you.
No, just being to collect, make several more comments if you can.
They ended it. Yeah, they cut it off.
Yeah,
Okay.
and wait till you come back on.
Okay, I've got to run to the car. Susan left something for one of the ladies, one of the nurses here. So I'll be right back.
My grandpa was
Darn it.
Okay, while you're on your break, remember our photographer is over here in the corner, and she is taking portraits of any elder that would like one, and Denakkanaaga will give you a copy of your portrait later on. There's no charge to you. So if you'd like your portrait, please see Athena over here. She'll be doing that today and tomorrow. Thank you. Margaret, go take your picture. Because we need pictures of all the board professionally done. Okay, all right. Ah. Josh. If we could start getting back to our seats, please. We're going to start the meeting again, please. If I could have the board come back up to the podium here. I know. We could get back to our seats, please. Thank you. If we could have the board, please come back to the podium, and we're going to start the meeting. While we're doing that, we just want to say thank you to all those that are watching online on our live stream and those participating by Zoom from the villages. While people are getting back to their seats, I just want to mention Denakkanaaga later this month is going to hold a cultural camp for elders mentoring elders. It's open to anyone 50 and older. First come, first serve on registering. We're going to have a total of 60 people at this year's camp for 3 days. It'll be held at the Morris Thompson Center and also at the Howard Luke Camp. Again, that's on June 27th, 28th, and 29th. If you're interested, please call Denakkanaaga 451-3900. If we could get the video back up on the podium, that'd be great. So if we could have the board come back, please. So typically on our first day of the conference, we hear from our sister organizations on what they're doing in the area of program services, support for elders. And then we also will have a number of presentations this afternoon. At this time, we're happy to call up Tanya from Doyon Limited. And I'm going to let her say her last name because I always butcher it. She is the Senior Vice President of Administration for Doyon. Unfortunately, Aaron Shutt, the president, is unable to be here. So she is going to be providing the Doyon report for us. Tanya?
Good morning. Thank you, Sharon, for that introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I promise I'll try to keep it brief. Before I introduce myself, I did want to recognize our Doyon board members that are here in person and the ones that are online. So I see Jerry Isaac over there and Marvin Roberts next to him, Ori Williams, and I think that's it. And then online I believe we have Betty Huntington, Jennifer Fate, Cheryl Cadzo, Dr. Charlene Fisher, and Georgiana Lincoln. My name is Tanya Kakatosh, and my maiden name is Beatus. My parents are Barbara and late Norman Beatus from Hughes, and my grandparents are late Bertha and late Johnson Moses from Allakaket, and Henry and late Sophie Beatus from Hughes. And as I was listening to the elders speak earlier, I was thinking and missing my grandmas. And I remember just a quick story. My grandma Sophie, they didn't have a lot of money every month. They got Social Security, and I was helping her with her finances. And I was like, gee, Grandma, you don't have a lot of money, but she makes sure she give a donation to Denakkanaaga. I see a check for $200 to Denakkanaaga, and I always remember that about Grandma. So I'm here to give the Doyon update. As Sharon mentioned, Aaron Shutt's not here today. He's actually over in Washington, D.C. He was planning to be here in person, but had to go to some meetings out there. So the Doyon update, again, I'll keep it brief. So Doyon continues to work in our business pillars, which are oil and gas, natural resource development, government contracting. Our biggest and largest business is Doyon Drilling. It's the largest in terms of earnings and the largest in terms of shareholder hire. In all of the Doyon family of companies, we have over 350 shareholders that have been working this past year. We're still looking for more employees. So like the rest of the world, Doyon is also looking for employees. We have about 46 open positions. That includes an accounting, shareholder records, facilities, all of that. So if you know of anyone with those experiences and they would like to come to work for Doyon, please let them know. In the last year, we also formed a partnership with Huna Totem. It's a native corporation or village corporation from Southeast. We're partnering on tourism, so we're further expanding into the tourism market. And that's kind of it for the operations side. I'll keep that side short. But in terms of investments in our culture and our language and our elders, Doyon, every year we have a large donation bucket. Most of it goes to Doyon Foundation. About 200,000 of it goes for language. So we have a language revitalization program. It's online. I think there's also a mentorship program. And I'm sure the executive director at some point can provide more information, but Doyon Foundation has a lot of really good programs going on. We also have a general fund where we give donations to our rural schools, our tribes, our nonprofits, our sister organizations like TCC, Denakkanaaga, FNA. And in the last year, we had the CARES Act. So I think every single one of us is familiar with the CARES Act now. And in August of last year, we had about 4 months to deploy funds to our communities. And we're thankful we were able to work with Sharon and Denakkanaaga on getting some of those funds to our elders. I see when I was out in Huslea last week and I saw people with iPads. My auntie had an iPad and she said, "Look at my iPad I got from Denakkanaaga." And here it's from the CARES Act. So Doyon and Denakkanaaga were able to partner on that. So I was happy to see that people had iPads out in the village and they were using it. Finally, I wanted to recognize that this is Doyon's 50-year anniversary. June 26th is when Doyon was incorporated 50 years ago. The original incorporators were Sam Keto, Tim Wallace, Roger Huntington, the late Jules Wright, and the late John Sackett. This year, we plan to celebrate our 50-year anniversary on July 30th here in Fairbanks. We are still kind of looking at a location. When we have more details, we'll make sure we share that with everybody. But we do want to have speeches. We do want to have our elders there. We'll make sure to let Sharon know all the details when we have it. And with that, I just want to say thank you, and I hope everybody has a good meeting and they have safe travels home. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. And we have a small gift for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, show it to us.
Okay. I said, Basse, thank you. I have to open it though. Okay. Oh, wow. Wow, look at this. I'm lucky Aaron is traveling today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next guest is Brian from Tanana Chiefs. I don't know what to call you, president or CEO or what? Not yet.
Any of that's fine. Thank you. I think I'm in the same boat ever since I came into this position. I tell people I'm chief, chairman, CEO, president. There's lots of names for it. I'm Brian Ridley. I'm from Eagle. My parents are Ruth Ridley and the late Mike Ridley. My grandparents are the late Louise and Susie Paul. I'm the chief chairman for TCC for the past 6 months or so. And I just want to welcome everybody here, welcome the elders, the youth, the tribal leaders, and guests to the Denakkanaaga Elders and Youth Conference. I'm thankful that we're finally able to come together again after 2 years of pandemic. Being apart for so long is difficult for us, and I'm grateful that we're finally all here together. I want to start off by recognizing some of our executive board for TCC that are here. I believe Peter Demosky is here somewhere. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thank you. Let's see, Vice President Sharon Hildebrand, I saw her right there. And then Secretary Treasurer Charlie Wright is right over here. Upper Canada Rep Herbie Demet is right there. Let's see, and who else do we have? I believe Eugene Paul for the Lower Yukon is online. We also have our Health Board Chair, Andy Jimmy, here. Oh, here I'm looking out in the audience. And then I just want to shout out and recognize our first traditional chief, Trimble Gilbert, who I don't believe could make it here this week. Oh, but he's online. One of my favorite things about our culture is that we hold our elders in high regard. It's one of our cultural values because you are our culture bearers and holders of traditional knowledge. Our elders are always there to provide us guidance when needed. And I know that during this past year, as I transitioned into this role, I turn to my elders for leadership and advice often, and I'm grateful to them for lifting me up when I needed it most. Events like these that bring together our elders and our youth are essential for the overall health and well-being of our communities. One day, the youth in the room will be the ones standing up at this podium and leading our people. And to the youth that may not think that's possible, that they could be the future leaders, I'm proof of it. As I was thinking back this morning, I went to my first Denakkanaaga, I think it was 35 years ago in Tanana as the youth delegate for Eagle, and oddly enough, now I'm running TCC, so it's pretty crazy, but I just try to tell the youth that are out there that truly anything is possible. Coming from a small village, shy kid who didn't like getting up in front of a lot of people like this, really anything's possible for the kids out there. This week's special for TCC, as a new second traditional chief will be elected for our region. And at TCC, we truly value our traditional chiefs as they serve as ambassadors of traditional knowledge and Athabascan culture. And I think like all of you, I'm excited to see who's honored with this position, and I look forward to working with them in the future. And finally, I just wanted to say that it's an honor to be up here with all of you, and I look forward to having good discussions with one another throughout the week. Masi Cho. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Brian, for being our leader. You're doing a good job. Oh. That means he's going out in the cold.
Thank you.
Our next guest is Fairbanks Native Association, Steve Guinness.
When Anna called me to come up, somebody over there said, "Please all rise." Anyway, I want to say a few words in my language, and I'll translate it to you as I'm going along. Masicho, thank you. We're happy that you're gathered here today. You know, Chanchao, Shiza, Nahokinche Klenin, Ironcha, Nichento, Sito, Nere, Nahorit, Lakdoncha. As elders, your voice is strong, and we hear you when you speak. Trinin Ichide was on Chanchane Chotoki Higahna. Since I was a young person, our elders always told us to listen. Chotoki. That's a strong word. And I was fortunate to have been born in 1950 when a lot of our elders were still with us. And many have passed on since. So I've learned from them. Just like some of the speakers that were running for second traditional chief were talking about. And so I've been really fortunate in that way. And I'm really, truly humbled by it. Because I think it really shaped my character. And what I mean by that is that I truly care about our people. That's why I do what I do. It's not about Steve Guinness. It's about the people. And I think in a traditional sense, that's how our chiefs were. It was about the people, always. Not about them, always about the people. And I carry that with me day in and day out and try to do the best I can. You know, I wanted to thank the Denakkanaaga Board of Directors for acknowledging our former traditional chief, Don Hooney, this morning. And I wanted to share with you a word of advice he provided to me at one time. He said to me that leadership is tough business, and some people can be downright rude. But as long as you know in your heart you're doing the best you can, then you're all right. Now, that means a lot to me. So I just wanted to just acknowledge the fact that the board here recognized him, and I think it's an appropriate thing to do. Now I'll get into my report. Before I do that, though, as delegates to this convention, you have a very, very important decision to make here. And that is the selection of your second traditional chief. That shouldn't be taken lightly. Because like Brian had said, They are the ambassadors of our people. People that bring traditional knowledge and wisdom to lift us up, give us strength. So it's a very important position that you all will be charged with to select. You know, at F&A, I've been there 13 years now. In 5 months, I'll be there for 14 years. I never really thought that I would be there that long, because I've observed over time that in our Native organizations, if you're there for 5 years, it's time to move you on. So I really didn't expect to be there as long as I have been. But today, I have a wonderful board of directors that I work for. And I work for a board of directors, 9 members of the board. And so Anna Frank is our elder advisor to the board. She was just recently reappointed to that position for the next 3 years. The board president is Dr. Jessica Black. In our March annual meeting, she was reelected. Tanya Garnett is the vice president of the board. Terry Cadzo is a treasurer. Renee Linton is a secretary. Travis Cole is a member of the board. Roxanne Frank is back on the board. She was elected in March. She was a former president of the organization who I worked with for some time. Sharon Hillebrand is a member of our board, and just in March was elected as a vice president of Tanana Chiefs Conference, and we're very proud of that. Jolene Malamute is also a new member to our board, was elected in March. And then we have Dr. Charlene Stern, who's also a member of the board. So I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, I think three of them that's on the board that has PhDs. Highly educated board of directors. And they've been really great to work with. I wanted to share some information regarding the CARES Act funding. Because F&A is not a tribe, we weren't eligible for some of those CARES Act funds. However, we've received funding from Doyon. We received over $1 million from Doyon. We received about $143,000 from Tanana Chiefs Conference. With those funds, we really helped out people with burial assistance. And I can tell you for the last 2 years, many of our people passed from COVID death. So these funds were able to help these families, regardless of where they came from. The concern for me right now is those funds have been expended. So we're back to the BIA funding. And believe it or not, for about 10,000 Native people that live here in Fairbanks, we only get an allocation of $40,000 a year. Can you imagine that? And it's also restricted to people here in Fairbanks. And I just wanted to put that out there because I think during this COVID period, we were able to help so many people. And so there's this expectation that that's going to continue. That's not the case. We also utilize those funds from Doyon to purchase a couple of vans for our elder program. The one we had was pretty old. It didn't throw good heat, so forth and so on. It cost more money to maintain that. So we were able to utilize those funds for that purpose, and our elders are very thankful for that. We also upgraded our IT services within our organization. We utilize those funds for that purpose as well. We had a contract with Tanana Chiefs Conference to provide the IT support. But I decided that it's time because we were growing so fast that it was time for us to maintain our own IT services. So today we have 3 employees there, and we're further ahead than I thought we would be, and I'm really pleased with that as well. And some of these funds, we also took care of our homeless population here in Fairbanks by purchasing hygiene backpacks, and we also use those funds to buy COVID test kits. We also use those funds to buy food vouchers. So I just wanted to thank Doyon, and I wanted to thank the Chiefs for helping us out through this period of time. Much appreciated. I also wanted to inform you that as of December, our board had amended our mission statement to include justice, which was really the intent of F&A from the beginning, because that's why F&A was started to begin with. Back in the late 50s and 60s, there were signs up around Fairbanks, "No dogs allowed," referring to Native people. So Pauline Carlo and Ralph Perdue and others got together, began to discuss creating some entity to address those problems. So as a result of amending our mission statement, we got into addressing the missing people in the community here. And we've held rallies, and we're going to continue to do that on a quarterly basis to keep that in the public eye. We really feel that by doing so, something hopefully will come forward. Somebody will come forward. So our next rally is planned for June 17th. And I look forward to that. The new state trooper, Ann Shears, who was appointed by or hired by the state troopers, who I believe had 30-year career in law enforcement with the state troopers, is now in charge of these missing people issue. Also, in consultation with the president of Tanana Chiefs, we are now taking the lead in having our native leadership meetings around justice. And the date hasn't yet been set. We did send a letter out to the leadership suggesting possible dates. But one of the issues we wanted to talk about was the current status of Roberts versus the city of Fairbanks, the Fairbanks 4. I really wanted to get more updates on that, and if there's anything that the Native leadership can do to try to help out in that cause. We had a change in our finance. We had an employee controller. Her name was Alice Murphy. Been with the organization for 15 years, and she retired in December 31st. And I think for the first time, the organization has a Native control, and her name is Deborah Pitka. She's from Fort Yukon, she's Cochin, and prior to that, she was a staff accountant. And so we really look forward to working with her in her capacity. I also want to just talk a little briefly about our 2021 financial audit. We had no significant findings, no material weaknesses. Our total revenues for 2021 was over 26 million, which is an increase of 1.3 million from the previous year. Our expenditures were 23 million. Our net assets increased to 2.8 million from 2020. And our total net assets, and which is an all-time high, is over 33 million. So I'm really pleased with the financial status of FNA currently, and we work hard to get it there. Last 2 years, we brought in $8.5 million into the organization. For FNA, that's huge. That's huge. And a lot of it is a result of our strategic plan, where the board wanted to expand our services. And we've done that. Now we're challenged with office space. And then not only that, trying to fill those positions. So that's the part that's most concerning to me, is I really want to get these things up and going. And but the challenge again is just trying to get those positions filled. And talking about our strategic plan, there's a lot of moving parts in it, but one that I wanted to share with you is the board wanted us to increase our unrestricted revenue and have a review of our investment plan. And I think it was about a month ago, we had a board meeting where I shared what we're currently doing in terms of investment. And a lot of it is done through Northwind Bank, what they call a sweep account. And last year, it's pretty modest, but 40,000 was generated in interest. And so I have a follow-up meeting to do with my board, but I wanted to wait till June, fiscal year ending in June, so I have accurate numbers to be working off of. But basically what we wanted to do is, we have a lot of reserves in our behavioral health. And I know that certain amounts of those dollars need to be withheld because it pays for the operation of our behavioral health services. We no longer get the kind of funding from the state of Alaska that we had been accustomed to. So the monies we generate goes back into those programs. So once I find out what that total dollar amount is, how much needs to be withheld, and what's left is what I'm going to have a discussion with the board about and how to proceed from here. So I really look forward to that, that discussion. So in closing, you know, I just wanted to say that I'm really proud to be part of FNA, proud of some of the things we've done. And you'll never hear me say I did this and I did that, because I know that's not factual. It's the employees, it's my board of directors. I pride myself for providing the leadership. And that's something that I learned from Elder a long time ago. Be humble, be thankful. And that's how I conduct myself with my staff and the people I interact with. And it's been quite a journey for me the last 13 years. And I can tell you it didn't start out very well for me. When you inherit an organization that's $400,000 in the red, you have your behavioral health programs all under the umbrella of Canada Chiefs Conference. Those were all challenging. But you know, within a year, we were able to get them all back under the umbrella of Canada Chiefs Conference. So those are the things that, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm boasting here, but those are the type of things I'm really thankful for and being part of. The last thing I just wanted to say is that unfortunately I won't be with you on the last day of your conference here. I'm going back to Fort Yukon. They're going to have a memorial potlatch there for our former traditional chief, Simon Francis Sr. And so I'll be going up there to be part of that. I succeeded him in that position. I'm currently the traditional chief of my tribe. And so it's really an honor for my tribal council to appoint me into that position. So with that, I'll end. Maybe I took a little bit too much of your time, but I think it's important to inform you what FNA has been up to and what we're doing. And, you know, I ask for your prayers as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much.
Oh, I got a sled here. All I need is dogs. Talking about sled, let me just share with you. You know, I was watching 60 Minutes, right? And there was this guy on there, had a crazy conspiracy theory. He said birds are not real. He said the government is killing all the birds, millions of birds each and every year. And so what you see flying around, he said, are drones, and that they're monitoring each and every one of us in our movements. So the following Monday, I went back to the office and I told my staff, I said, did you know that birds are not real? And so what they did is they got a sled like this, and I came into the office in the afternoon on Monday. I was there in the morning, but Monday morning, when I went in there,
or Tuesday morning, there was sled like this with little white birds on it. So I told him, I guess I gotta be very careful what I say from now on, because I got these birds in here watching me.
Thank you very much. We're a little bit ahead of time, so we're going to ask Ori if he could present. Thank you.
So it's okay now to be called bird brain. I know it's been a long morning. I appreciate seeing everybody, having a chance to say hello to folks. Haven't seen a lot of you in a long time. It's good to be here. I appreciated the speeches this morning of the 4 candidates for the second chief. That was inspiring. And I wish the candidates the best of luck, and any of you can be my chief. It's okay with me. I want to recognize the board of directors, board of commissioners. I see Kimberly Carlo here. Stand up, Kimberly. IRHA newest board member. A lot of experience in housing she brings to the board. We got Patricia McDonald, who's traveling. She's the chair of my board. Marvin Deacon from Grayling. Some of these folks may be online. Speedy Sam from Huslia. And Fred Beifeld from Huslia. Got a real good board that really care about housing. It's a tough job, only for the fact that there's so much need. Just in Fairbanks alone, we have a waiting list of over 40 for 2 and 3 bedroom homes. In the villages, although many people are moving out, moving into Fairbanks, creating demand here, many villages have a waiting list. The desire to keep people in the villages requires decent and safe houses. And the desire for folks to move in because they can't afford anymore to live in the villages, they desire a safe and clean house to raise their kids and to bring the elders. I hear Taz this morning talking about elder care. I got a call the other day from Fairbanks Housing Association. And I know Denakkanaaga and TCC and IRHA worked for years with Paul Sherry building a report for senior housing. It's still needed. Fairbanks Housing has been given some property to build senior housing on. They asked if IRHA could help them. I told them we only have money for Fairbanks, Tok, North Pole, Mentasta, Lake Manchubana, and Canyon Village, because that money comes from Doyle Limited, because those entities, those towns I just mentioned, never had a traditional tribe. So over half of our budget comes from money that passes through from Nahasda to Doyon, and they name Interior Regional Housing as their housing entity. And as long as there's need in those places for housing, then that money can't be spent somewhere else. We've got a waiting list that'll take over 10 years at the present configuration just to fill the need for those people who continue to have to reapply for homes in Fairbanks and North Pole. But on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, it's an honor to be here this morning. I was going to say good afternoon. I was supposed to be on after lunch, so I'll try to go fast so you don't get too hungry. But I thank the previous leaders who gave their talks. Thank you, Steve. Now I know they can land and leave a spot up here somewhere. It's just somebody spying on me. It's not that friendly bird. I get a kick out of Steve's sense of humor. I kind of like it. They tell me not to have it. I'm too crude. Chief Ridley, it's good to hear your talk this morning. And Again, I guess I'm just inspired by seeing the elders. Somebody called me up a couple weeks ago, said Denakkanaaga has a photographer down there, and they want to take pictures of elders, and they want to put them on the wall. I said, you're not calling me one, are you? Criminy sakes, I'll never be that wise or that old. I'm just in training. So sorry, Sharon, I turned you down. They said besides that, the flash attachment probably blew the thing up, but they didn't need one. But it's good to be here. I want to recognize also, as others have, First Additional Chief Trimble Gilbert and his wife for the years of service they've given our region and continue to give our region. And thank you those who are attending by Zoom and by other media methods that we never had that many years ago. I see the IT people back here. Anybody, appreciate you guys' hard work. Anybody knows me knows I'm technologically challenged. My iPhone and Wi-Fi and all those cords going to my office, somebody cut them the other day. Now it's hard to get those two tin cans back together since the cord's been cut. Obviously, nobody in this room is old enough to remember two tin cans and a string. IRHA's mission is to, I don't know how many of these got handed out. I printed them and got them over to the office late. Pat got them out. Thank you, Pat. So I won't try to read the whole thing. I was told by my staff yesterday when I was putting this together, they said, I don't think anybody's written a long report like that for Denakkanaaga. As well, it must be about time. Because you guys are representing us. I had an elder come to me a little while ago, he said, we just heard 4 fantastic speeches. Why don't we vote while it's fresh in our mind? I said, well, some of us got to sleep on it. There are Board of Commissioners meetings coming up for your information. The board always has one day of workshops, then they have one day of action items, and there's always a place on the agenda for people to be heard. June 22nd is the work session, and June 23rd is a regular meeting. August 24th, again, will be a workshop, and August 25th is a regular meeting, all over at 827 27th Avenue, 828 27th Avenue. We're closed on the June 20th, Juneteenth National Independence Day holiday, and July 4th closed Independence Day. We are still working under health precautions. We have still not opened to the public, but we're open to anybody that needs to make an appointment and come visit us. Again, we're short of staff, but we're filling positions slowly. Trying to find craftsmen, as you guys know, in your villages and here in the city, trying to find people that want to work is the most difficult thing I've seen in my 77 years. As others said this morning, when we were 12 or 13 years old, we had to go out and hustle a job or our mothers would put us to work. And that was the worst thing that could ever happen. My mother was passing a few years ago, 2015, and she was 92 and a half, and 2 days before she passed, her last question to me was, are you working? I think I heard that since I was 2. You got a job? You better have a job. We went to where the work was. And we learned what we had to learn to do it, as others have said. I don't know what today is. Somebody said values. Do we have the same values? I made somebody very mad the other day. I won't say who, because she'll probably hit me again. He said, what happened? How come nobody want to work? I said, our values haven't changed, but our families have. When it takes a man and a woman's salary today to pay for the same things that took a man's salary before. We used to know when it was dinner time. And by golly, if you weren't there at the table by 5 o'clock, you missed out. If you weren't up for breakfast and did your chores before you went to school, you missed out. And you got bawled out. But it was a nice bawling out, it was just training. It wasn't to hurt you, it was just to train you to get up in the morning and go to work. What does school teach you? Teach you to get up in the morning, go to work. What does college teach you? College teaches you to get up in the morning, go to your classrooms. I used to do resumes and interview people, I'd always ask them, what time was your first class in college? If they said their first class was in the afternoon, I knew they didn't get up. If they did, they were doing something else. But we have, in Mendon, many of you heard what Mendon is. Mendon's a subdivision in North Pole. The IRHA's been building homes there since around 2008. Probably Steve McGinnis was director of IRHA when they got that piece of property. Many people in the Fairbanks area didn't want no natives or Eskimos living in their backyard, so you couldn't get a piece of property here in town. I hope those days are leaving us. But there's about 48 homes out there now. There's over 80 school-age children living out there now. And I was asking the surveyor recently, they're surveying the last area where 10 more home sites will be, about 80,000 square foot a site. And I said, how come we're building 1,000, 2,000 square foot houses on 80,000 square foot piece of property? And other people who led before said, oh, that's because of distances between the sewer and water and wells. I said, we don't have wells. So the surveyor told me, because that's a North Star, it's a borough regulation for this part of for this subdivision. I said, what's it take to change it? Get a zoning change. So we're in the process of getting a zoning change, getting a third phase done so we can build 20 houses out there in the future and not just 10. It's just a simple zoning change. We should have it done by the end of July. Knock on wood. Hard wood, huh? We bought a couple of lots in town that last summer on 24th Avenue in Wilson. We have 2 lots over there. Like the village I came from, Nenana, the lots were narrow and long. So we get those 2 narrow and long lots, change the plat on them. The plat's been around since 1954, so we're making 2 lots, even square footage of 7,295 square feet apiece. We'll be able to put 2 homes there. We'll get that land fixed up sometime late this fall. The platting board heard us last week and approved the plat. We got to wait 10 days, so another 4 or 5 days, we'll have no more opposition to any of that. We'll be able to turn in the permits and get those cleared, so we have some more place to build homes. We have a huge workload in the villages this year, thank goodness, because it's been a slow 2 years. As others have said, trying to get materials, it's not just workforce, trying to get materials has been tough, not just because the prices have gone up. Price of a home's gone up from $30,000 to $60,000 just with material and freight increases in the last 2 years. Which of our elders would ever have thought that a house in a village would cost $600,000 to build? Or $500,000 to build? That's what it's costing. Some of our tribes wait 2.5 to 3 years to get enough money to build 1 home in their federal allocations, in the hostel allocation. Some villages wait 10 years, 12 years to get enough of an allocation to build 1 home. Sounds crazy? Those are facts. My team and some board members went down to Big Lake in the last few months. Nana Construction has a modular home construction plant down there that's pretty amazing. I sent a couple of carpenters down there in Foreman a few months ago. They were very skeptical. They thought, where's that bald-headed guy said to me this time? They came back all excited, very excited. So we took another team down there recently, went through the plant while it was in operation. They've got more orders for homes right now. They're filled up, they're logged up till end of August. They're building modular homes with R38 walls, R68 ceilings, and R100 floors, or they could even make them more energy efficient than that. They've got an assembly line with skilled workers, electricians, carpenters, plumbers, all crafts. They put in the appliances. For some tribes, they're even putting in furniture. They build them in 3 or 4 days, a 3-bedroom house on an assembly line. You get half a house on a herc for those villages you can't get barging into. They wrap them in a plastic wrap when they ship them, so they're protected. And they've shipped them all over the state. So concerns about getting them on and off the barge or up onto the pads, they're still gonna build a pad. Still gotta do that work in the villages. But the main thing is it more cost effective? We're finding that out. We're looking at their floor plans. They've shipped them as far as Savunga. They've shipped them as far as Afognak. They're shipping them all over the YK Delta. It's another alternative for the tribes to make a choice. That's what we're trying to give them, choices. Choices to get some more homes, the demand for homes built in their villages and in the Fairbanks, North Pole, Tok area. It's pretty amazing. If you watch TV on the news the other morning, if you get up early, well, your elders, most of you get up early, whether you want to or not. Mother Nature calls, usually around 4 or 5 o'clock. There's some giggling back here, but they're building a home out of foam in Phoenix, Arizona. So I went back to the office, looked at a website. It'd be amazing how many foam homes are being built. These foam walls are about 18 inches thick. The insulation isn't a problem. It's all being done by hand and modern technology, laser cutting and gluing. And I thought, wow, would that ever work in Alaska? Who knows? People are trying to think outside the box because the price of building homes have gone sky high. If you've tried to buy a home in Fairbanks in the last 2 years, what's for sale? Every old house, 25 or 35 years old, is for sale, it seems like. I get the records every day. And they're for sale for $250,000 to $300,000. It costs you $50,000 to $100,000 to bring them up to code and to make them livable. So we're looking at our team program to raise the limits from $200,000 to $300,000 or $400,000. We'll bring that to the board in their June meeting to consider. I see more and more emphasis on rehabbing older homes. It's like an old car. Maybe it's better to bring the old car mechanically and put it in shape and bring it up to code, or an old house. It already has a pad, it already has plumbing, it already has electricity in many cases. Maybe it's less expensive to bring that old home up to code. And many tribes are looking at that because it costs so much to build a new one. Maybe they could rehab 2 or 3 for the price of building one new one. And so the board, God bless them, increased the rehab budget from $63,000 a house to $85,000 a house in Fairbanks and $95,000 a house in the villages. And I say up to. The tribes still make the decisions. The tribes still make the decision on how they want to spend their HOSTA money. So maybe some of them won't need that much money to do a rehab. Some will. I included in the report, if you got a copy of it, pictures of some of the houses. We got 3 houses ready to move into in Mendon, 3 3-bedrooms that are ready to move into it now. Another one that'll be ready in the next couple of weeks. They've already broke ground and started building 2 new on the 4 pads for this summer. They've already got 2 under construction. Moving ahead. People say, how come you can build so fast in Fairbanks? Because we don't have to do the environmental review for each house. It's already been done. Subdivision's already been approved. Every project in the village has to have site control, environmental reviews, all kinds of paperwork. If it's in wetlands, it could be delayed for 2 to 5 years. Earthquake. Oh, that's just me. Keep your sense of humor, because there's no humor in what the costs are doing. Copper's gone up 500% in the last year and a half. Material bids, the government wants us to get 3 bids for everything, right? Today, you're lucky to get a bid that's good for 1 day to 6 days. And the vendors all know it. They know we're supposed to get 3 bids. They won't even hold the materials if they have it. Don't have just a shortage of materials. You have a shortage of truckers bringing the materials over the highway. Under the new $1 trillion bill the government has passed, there's a thing in there called BABS. Buy America, Be America. Every product from that new infrastructure bill has to be made in America. There are very few building materials manufactured and made in America. I haven't seen no waivers yet, but it's something that should be frightening enough. And the elders in the tribe should talk about it. The reauthorization of the Nahasta law is now going through Congress. The senior senator from one of the southern states who deal more in public housing than Indian and indigenous housing has stopped it twice to make sure that the public housing gets more funding to rebuild public housing in Chicago and New York and those big cities than Indian housing in tribes across America and across Alaska. In that bill, we were hoping to reduce an idea we had in our board back. If you have a village of 500 people or less, you shouldn't have to do an environmental review for an airport, a house, a school. You should have one environmental review for that whole community. Good for at least 10 years. We need your help to advocate this type of fights. I should look at my report a little bit, see what I'm skipping. We ran a program, IRHA ran a program where most tribes put theirs over to the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation called the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. IRHA was able to run that program and help over 1,000 applicants to keep from getting evicted. We had $9.9 million, about $600,000 in admin costs. We always spend more than $7 million. We open it up again after concerns from Kim and other folks from the TCC annual meeting. It was opened up again. It just closed again last week. The payments went straight to the landlords and straight to the utility companies. And over 1,000 people got help, and many of those people were stopped from being evicted. The money is now spent. The programs are closed. The new money is HAF, Housing Assistance Fund, which again, the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation is running that program for Anchorage, about $55 million. The applications are already closed. The tribal allocations are in planning for the final phase of that plan, and once it's available, those will be to help with folks with mortgages, pay their mortgages and utilities. It's a lot smaller fund. We were able to apply on behalf of 25 tribes out of our 35 tribal base. Some of the tribes applied for themselves. We brought up a concept of pooling money. Out of the 14 housing authorities created in the state, there's only two, the Aleutian Pribilof Housing Authority and the Interior Regional Housing Authority, that each tribe has to designate what projects they want built, when they want them built. We send out quarterly reports to make sure that everybody knows exactly how much money they have and how they can allocate it. It takes a lot of time. A lot of tribes in the past have tried to pool their funding. Some of the times it's worked, a lot of times it didn't. It's not a new concept, but we had 6 mini housing summits in the last couple of months. Brought that idea up and have some very positive reaction to it. Different thoughts. We'll continue to communicate it. The tribes want to see a model. We couldn't do it unless the tribes authorized it. So it's a concept. Bring 5 or 6 tribes together, or maybe 10 small ones that only get a small allocation. Go through a democratic process to find out where you're going to be building in the next 2 or 3 years. Then bring those skilled craftsmen together from the surrounding villages and build the house. Know where you're going to be for the next 3 years in a row, so you can do the environmental up front, you can do the site control up front, you can do your planning up front. We got $16 to $20 million a year sitting out there not being spent. I don't think Congress or HUD will do it, but it's in their policy. Someday they can say, oh, Interior Regional Housing, you got 13 or 16 or 20 million bucks not being spent. You don't need no more money. It's in their policy. I double checked it. They haven't done it, but it is in their policy. So it's something, fear factor, something that's out there, something to help promote. If you want to reduce our cost allocation pool, we have to do more work, get more money out in housing. So the administration cost on a pro rata basis goes down. In your report, for the first time, I brought you up to date by subregion, what projects are going on for this construction season. I'm not going to read them all to you, but they're in that report. If you need an extra copy, Pat, I can get you more of them. I'm sure you can do them. Just let us know. Pat only had 15 copies. Looks like there's more than 15 delegates here. If you need more copies, I'd be happy to get them to you. With that, I'm going to close and thank Denakkanaaga for inviting us. On behalf of my Board of Commissioners, it's a pleasure to serve you. Steve always ends in a joke, but this ain't no joke. I got a call from my brother here, Andy Jimmy, the other day. He's got a greatest sense of humor. He called me up and he said, I was thinking about you today. I said, what's wrong, Andy? He said, well, you told me every chief executive officer of IRHA has been fired. I just wanted to call you and see if I heard your voice. That's supposed to be a joke. Thank you all. God bless you. Congratulations to the nominees and congratulations to the elders and safe travels and may your families be healthy. I just lost one of my best high school and college friends just Sunday morning, cancer. Reading them, listening to the memorial and watching the names flow by. I guess the older we get, the more that hurts because the more you know. God bless you all. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Ori. We have a gift for you. Thank you very much.
Ooh, it's a heavy bird, must be porcelain bird. I'm gonna remember that one. Oh my goodness, God bless you. How do you know I was batching? Jam, blueberries. I'm gonna hide this right away. And Effie's honey. They give me blueberry jam and the honey. They know I need sweetening. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
And it's lunchtime, so I asked Cora to say the blessing for our lunch.
Let us pray. Lord, we just thank you for today and thank you for all what you have done for us and continue to bless and ask healing for people that are not here today, Lord. And we just thank you for the food and we thank you for the hands that prepared it. In Jesus' name, amen. So lunch is being served, and a reminder too that if you haven't had your portrait taken, Athena is over in the corner. Please see her. And we have 50-50 raffle tickets as well as the beadwork contest going on for the delegates. Go see Diana over there in the corner. Thank you. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
The same place. Oh, yeah, another one. Okay. All day. Yeah, today, tomorrow. Okay. Okay. And yes, I have still 15 more minutes. I think I can do that. I'll see you when I see you then. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're going to start here in a few minutes at 1. Some reminders. There's cookies now out if you'd like some cookies with your coffee. There's some leftover sandwiches and chips if you'd like some. If you haven't had your photo taken, your portrait, Athena is here. And then we have the 50-50 raffle going on. We'll do a drawing at the end of the day for that. And then we also have the beadwork contest going on right now for delegates. If you go over there and vote, if you haven't done so already, we're working with the Fairbanks North Star Borough on getting some native artwork into their local parks. What else? I think that's it. So if you want to get some cookies and coffee, we're going to start here in a few minutes. If the board could come back up to the stage, please. Thank you. And I'll pick this one. Rachel, the lawyer? Yep. We'll start in a few minutes.
It's right, kid? It's right? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon session of our first day at the conference. This afternoon, we're going to be hearing a number of presentations on different topics as they relate to our elders in the region. This first one is a very important one. It's legal issues for caregivers, and then we'll have some question and answers. And we're always honored that this young lady is always with us here at our conference, Rachel Delahanty. She's a senior attorney now with Alaska Legal Services, and she's always willing to come here and share her knowledge and the information with those here at the conference and those online watching. So right now, please welcome Rachel Delahanty. She's going to be doing a presentation on legal issues for caregivers. Rachel?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rachel Delahanty. I am a senior staff attorney at Alaska Legal Services here in Fairbanks. This is my 6th year presenting at the conference, and I'm always humbled and honored to be invited back to share my knowledge and impart a little bit of demystifying of legal issues as it pertains to elders. So this year, my focus is going to be on legal issues for family caregivers of elders, and also just talking about elders in general. The main topics are going to be mostly Medicaid related, and talking about focusing in on 2 different Medicaid waivers for elders and how caregivers can help navigate this process. So just to talk a little bit about legal services, we are an organization that is we are nonprofit, and we provide free legal services for civil cases. So we don't represent any in criminal cases, just civil cases. And in order to become my client, you just have to call our free intake number, which is at the bottom of my screen there, 888-478-2572. That is our toll-free intake line that we started in 2020. And now you can just do the application over the phone instead of filling out the paper applications that we had, which were cumbersome and somewhat difficult in the pandemic to mail paper applications and then wait to get them back. So we opened a toll-free intake line that you can call anytime, and even if it's on the weekend, if you leave a message, someone will get back to you. We do check our messages on the intake line. This next slide just kind of lists types of cases that my office handles. Social Security, adult public assistance issues. I personally do a lot of family law, divorce, domestic violence, custody issues, child support. I also represent people who are being evicted from their homes and trying to make sure that the landlords are following the rules. I do a lot of work in healthcare situations, so Medicaid and long-term care issues and PCA services. When I first started at Legal Services, I was hired under an Elder Justice AmeriCorps grant and specifically focused on advanced planning. So I also do a lot of powers of attorney and wills and healthcare directives. And then we also do some consumer protection stuff and elder abuse. I did a lot of elder abuse protection applications when I first started at Legal Services as well. So we do a wide variety of all civil types of law. So I'm going to focus today on Medicaid. There is long-term care, which if you meet the standards for long-term care, then you go into a nursing facility because you need that high level of nursing care. But then there are also various waivers that Medicaid has. And the reason why they have waivers is to allow people to live in their homes but also try to receive the care, like the level of care they still need, but they can live in their homes. So the two waivers I'm going to focus on today are Alaskans living independently, which if you are 21 years or over and require a level of care that would be in a nursing facility, then you might qualify for this waiver. The other one is adults with physical and developmental disabilities. So again, adults age 21 or older who have a determined disability. And that is determined through the Senior and Disability Services Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Unit. So there's basically an assessment that is done to determine whether or not you meet this waiver. So there is some planning ahead when it comes to qualifying for the waivers, because in order to qualify for the waivers, you have to basically meet two different levels of standards. You have to meet the income and resource limits, and then you also have to meet the level of care that is needed for these waivers. The one thing that I will point out is, we have two big pools of money when it comes to healthcare. There's Medicare, and you get Medicare when you've reached a certain age, and Medicare coverage can help with things, especially with prescription costs. But Medicare coverage is very limited. It usually is only for post-hospital stays. So if you fall and you break your hip and you're only in the hospital for a certain amount of time, then that probably is going to be covered by Medicare, not Medicaid. But Medicare coverage only covers for the first 100 days, and it only will fully pay for the first 20 days if you have to stay in the hospital for a long period of time. Whereas the other pot of money is Medicaid, and that is the largest payer in the country for institutional care, and it's often the only option for elders and people who have disabilities. Currently, Medicaid pays for 6 out of 10 nursing home residents. Okay, so the community-based waiver services, again, I talked about Alaskans living independently, and then the Alaskans with developmental or disabled needs. And unlike long-term care, so long-term care is actually mandatory. The state has to, if you qualify for long-term care, the state has to enroll you, and it's based on the level of need, the level of nursing care that you may need. But waiver services is an optional Medicaid benefit. So Alaska luckily does provide both of those waivers that I previously talked about, but we always are fighting to make sure that Medicaid stays as expansive as we can in Alaska and try not to lose those waiver services that a lot of our elders depend on. So there are limits to the waivers, and again, you have to be eligible in order to qualify for the waiver. So the medical eligibility requirements for the waiver would be a nursing level of care. It's a little lower if you want to try and get personal care services. Some of you may have heard the term PCA, which stands for personal care attendant. And that's a lower level of service from long-term care or waiver services. In order to start the process to see if you will qualify for a waiver, the first step is you have to do a consumer assessment. It mainly talks about you have to get a nurse or some other kind of professional to assess your activities of daily living, or ADLs as we call them. And this is basically activities of daily living are things you do every day. How long does it take you to get in and out of bed? Do you need help like transferring from a bed to a chair? Are you able to walk without a walker, or do you need assistance walking? Can you walk up and down stairs? How many stairs can you do at a time? The act of getting dressed in the morning or getting dressed later on. when you're going to bed, eating, can you prepare your meals or can you not prepare your meals? Do you need assistance with that? Being able to use the bathroom, do you need assistance in that area? All of these are what the Medicaid calls activities of daily living. And when you're thinking about applying to be eligible for one of these Medicaid waivers, that is what they will be evaluating, is all of these different things that you do in your life that all of us just do, but some people, as you get older, you just need a little bit more help doing those things. And that is what Medicaid will be evaluating. When it comes to evaluating the activities of daily living, I always tell clients that letters are going to be super important when applying for a Medicaid waiver. Letters from your doctor, letters from your family, your letters from, the daughter or the son or the auntie that lives with your elder that helps them do all of these activities of daily living. Letters that describe how long things take, and the more detail, the better, but also letters from their nurses and community members that see the elder on a kind of a daily basis. So the other part, we talked about the level of care eligibility, but the other part of trying to get a Medicaid waiver is the financial eligibility. So if you already are on SSI, which stands for Supplemental Security Income, or APA, which is Adult Public Assistance, you are automatically eligible for Medicaid, and that would be a Medicaid waiver as well. There's two parts when it comes to evaluating your finances. There's levels, there's sources of income, and then resources. And there are different rules that apply if you're married, because when it comes to Medicaid, they look at both spouses' income and resources, but there are rules that prevent a spouse from being impoverished. So that often helps in a lot of these situations. This slide is a little complicated, I apologize. It's just basically talking about different sources of income versus what is not considered income. The main things that I would always say when evaluating an application for income is obviously your wages are income, your Social Security is income, your unemployment would be considered income. There's all of these different categories that are considered income. If you have a house and you sell that house and you get the money from selling the house, that's not actually considered income. The money from the sale of a house is actually considered a resource. But there are different cutoffs for Medicaid when it comes to income. And for the long-term care and the waiver for 2022, the cutoff is $2,523 a month. For standard Medicaid eligibility, so not waiver, just standard Medicaid, it's $1,561 for an individual and $2,312 for a couple. So there is this resource limit, and resources would be, the home that you own or the car that you have, things that are beneficial, especially for Alaska Native elders, is that real property in Alaska that's owned by an Alaska Native or an American Indian is excluded from being a countable resource. So that really helps when it comes to applying for a Medicaid waiver, is you have all of these resources that normally would be counted, but because of the special rules that are applied to Alaska Native or American Indian situations, they're not counted as resources. Medicaid makes that mistake all the time. So make sure that when you do apply for the Medicaid waiver that you are very clear that this is not a resource because of the rule. It doesn't apply to you as an Alaska Native, because I cannot count how many times I have had a client come to me and say, oh, I was denied for Medicaid. And I'm like, okay, well, why? And they're like, oh, I'm over-resourced. And I'm like, how can that be? So they get it wrong all the time. So make sure that you really make that clear. So if you do have excess income, so if you apply for Medicaid or a waiver and you get that nasty denial letter from DPA saying, you know, you're being denied. It'll either say over income or over resource, or it could say both. So if you get denied because of excess income, there are certain things that you can do to reduce your income. Again, if you are married and have a community spouse, there are certain things that you can do to retain the income by transferring that resource to, or the income to your spouse. The other thing that my office does is what's called a Miller Trust. It's also called a qualifying income trust or a Medicaid trust. Basically, a Miller Trust allows you to shelter the income, the excess income above the level of the cutoff that Medicaid has. And what gets people tripped up is that when you set up a Miller Trust, you do basically have to give up control of that excess of finances to somebody else, because you set up a trust, and the person who needs the trust in order to qualify for Medicaid cannot have access to the money that's in that trust. And the person they choose to be the trustee of the trust, who's in control of it, their job is to follow the rules of the trust and to assist the elder who benefits from the trust for paying for things that the trust is allowed to pay for, such as Medicaid trust. You can use the money in the trust to pay for prescriptions. You can use the money in the trust to pay for clothes every year. You can use the money in the trust to pay for like car insurance. The biggest problem I see with people who set up a Miller Trust is money from the Miller Trust cannot be used for food. It cannot be used to pay food or fuel. It can't be used to pay rent. It can't be used to pay like shelter costs. But if you're in a nursing facility or an assisted living facility or something like that, then a Miller Trust can be very, very beneficial to you, because you have a lot of this stuff that's already being covered by Medicaid once you qualify. And if the Miller Trust allows you to qualify, then a lot of your bills will be covered. So for excess resources, so if you live in a home that you rent or own, that resources, and you get a Medicaid waiver that allows you to keep living in that home but receive the care that you need at home, that home is exempt. But if you do need to move into a facility or assisted living home and you still own that home, that is considered a resource, and then you could be over-resourced for Medicaid. There are pooled trusts and special needs trusts that deal with moving around excess resources, and there are ways to do that. My office does not deal with special needs trusts or pooled trusts, but we do work with private attorneys that specialize in this work. So I always tell clients, if you get denied for being over-resourced, still apply to my office, and we can try to connect you with a pro bono private attorney that can walk you through exactly what your options are when you're over-resourced. If you are denied Medicaid, if you apply and you're denied the waiver or denied regular Medicaid in general, you are entitled to a fair hearing. You just really have to read that letter very closely, because there are time limits to request a fair hearing. And obviously, if you get denied, your first step should be to pick up the phone and apply for my services. So planning ahead can be very valuable and can save, for caregivers, can save a lot of time and effort if you know about these various waivers and what you need to do to plan ahead. The other thing in planning ahead is just deciding about the elder's estate and what will happen once the elder passes. State Medicaid agencies are required under law to recover from the individual's estate, so the elder's estate that passed away, the cost of Medicaid that was provided to that person when they're age 55 and older for nursing facilities or home and community-based services, which are the two waivers that I've talked about, and then hospital and prescription coverage as well. So you really do have to think about, if you have a waiver, like what's going to happen to your estate when the elder passes and how that's going to affect the inheritance and what will be available to your children and your grandchildren when you pass. The exemptions to this is the state cannot collect from a surviving spouse, a minor child, or someone who has been determined to be disabled, and this is disabled by Social Security standards, or who is like a dependent child that's residing on the property. So there are exemptions to that rule as well. So there are various legal documents that really can help caregivers when they're trying to help an elder navigate through this whole process. The first one is a power of attorney, and the second one would be a guardianship or a conservatorship. So for a power of attorney, it is just a document that the elder fills out, and the elder gets to choose who they would want to make decisions for them when they lose the mental capacity to make decisions on their own. And that person has a lot of power, so you really need to trust the person that you pick to be your power of attorney or your agent, because they are going to make decisions for you when you are unable to, and they can make decisions on your real estate, your any insurance information, your bank, if you have a business or a retirement plan. There's just the power of attorney is very extensive in the level of ability that it grants to an agent to work on the behalf of an elder who needs that assistance. The elder must have mental capacity when filling out a power of attorney. If the elder does not understand, if someone comes to my office and they say, well, I don't remember who this person is, or, well, I don't know if they want, I want them to have the banking power, like I'm gonna have to decide whether or not that elder has the mental capacity to really understand the document that they're signing. So if an elder does lose mental capacity, that's when the family can petition the court to become that elder's guardian or conservator. So in order to become a guardian or a conservator or both, you do have to file a petition in court. And the court will appoint the elder an attorney free of charge to represent that elder's interests. And the court will also appoint a court visitor who is kind of like an impartial investigator, and the court visitor usually talks with like the family, and they talk with the elder, and they talk with anybody in that elder's life to make sure that this path is really what's going to benefit the elder. The only way that the court will grant a guardian or conservatorship is if the elder has lost mental capacity, or if there's some other thing going on that they really need, they just can't make the decisions for themselves. A guardian has the highest duty of care, because a guardian is not only responsible for a full guardianship, is responsible for housing and medical care, but also the finances. Whereas if you just are appointed as a conservator, that's just the finances of the elder. All you're doing is making sure that their bills are paid, and that their income sources are coming in correctly and everything like that. So when it comes to things like the Miller Trust that I talked about earlier, so if you get denied for Medicaid because you're over income, you can come to my office and I can set up a Miller Trust for you. And that allows you to shift the over income amount to a trust and allows you to become eligible for Medicaid and get your medical expenses covered. If you don't have a power of attorney that allows you to set up a trust, then the next thing I'm going to tell you is that unfortunately you have to petition to become the guardian of the elder. And that is a bit more of a complicated process. So I am more than happy to talk to people about powers of attorney and healthcare directives as well. I will be at the conference for the rest of the day, and I'll probably be sitting over there with Pat. So if you have any questions, you can feel free and stop by and talk to me. But the rest of my presentation, I just wanted to highlight, this is Alaska Law Help. This is a free legal website that my organization, Alaska Legal Services, basically we create the content on here and we update it frequently so that we try and keep all of the legal information up to date. And there is a whole section just on seniors and everything that you probably need to know for all of your legal elder needs. So, does anybody have any questions? I believe there are 2 mics that are set up on either side of me. So, and if you do need assistance, just raise your hand and we can bring the mic to you. But if you are able, then please come to like one of the mics.
I have a question. Is it on? Yeah. Supposing, use me as an example, that there may be dementia down the road. And I know some people get stuck with this and somebody else takes over their money that shouldn't be taken. And so is there a way we could go to the doctor where the doctor take notes of this, or who does that?
So when you set up something like a power of attorney, there are 2 different ways to set up a power of attorney. There's a power of attorney that literally comes into effect as soon as you sign the document, whether you have capacity or you don't have capacity. That's called a durable power of attorney. It means it's hard and fast as soon as you put that signature on the dotted line. But there's a different form. There's another way to set up a power of attorney, which is called a springing power of attorney. And that is where you check the box saying that you only want this power of attorney to come into effect once you have been determined by 2 medical professionals that you are incapacitated and you cannot make decisions for yourself. So I would advise, if you're hesitant about, the person that you want to be your power of attorney making decisions for you when you know that you have the capacity to do that right now, I would suggest setting up a springing power of attorney that only takes effect once you have been determined by a medical professional that you are incapacitated mentally.
So I could come see you and get this paperwork done?
Correct.
When so many years down the road, I hope.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Daisy Stevens. I'm from Fort Yukon, but I live in Fairbanks. Are you only addressing Medicaid and Medicare?
You mean today that's what my presentation is focused on, but my office addresses many, many civil issues that involve healthcare.
I have a concern. I've worked for over 50 years, so I'm not eligible for Medicaid, and I can't afford to pay Medicare. So I'm under Chief Andrew Isaac and my Social Security, and that's it. But when I tried to apply for Medicaid, I was told that I would never be eligible for Medicaid because I'm over income.
So
I have a concern about that. I heard you say something about Miller Trust, but does that mean you're going to take some of that money to make me eligible for Medicaid?
Correct, yeah. So I don't take the money. The money basically gets, so I talked about the limit, right? So Medicaid has a limit and it's like $1,500 right now. And so whatever more money that you make over the $1,500 limit, that is the excess, right? And so a Miller Trust will take that excess and put it into a trust that is run by a family member or somebody that you trust, but it cannot be run by you. And then that money is put into the trust, and then that makes you eligible for Medicaid. That money in the trust can only be used on a certain number of things. And I have a whole list in my office that says like Miller Trust do's and don'ts, but that money is very limited to certain things. And one of the things that money cannot be used for would be to pay for rent or mortgage or food or fuel costs. So that's why the Miller Trust is something that I always encourage people to come to my office to talk to me about, so that I can look at what their finances are and basically give you my honest opinion as an attorney about whether this is something that's going to be beneficial for you or it's really going to hurt you in the end. Because the other thing with a Miller Trust is when you pass away, whatever money is in that trust, it does not get inherited by your family. It goes to the state of Alaska to pay for any unpaid Medicaid expenses that you may have.
Well, I'm glad I'm asking this question because you just brought up a very important part. If you go into Miller Trust, then you have all this money in Miller Trust and your family don't get anything. It goes back to the state of Alaska.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the trade-off. That's the trade-off that you make in order to get your healthcare expenses covered now. And then that's the trade-off that you make with the state of Alaska.
And so I have a problem with that because I live on a limited budget.
Yep.
And a lot of us do in this room. Because as I look around, I know everybody that worked all their life like I did. But because of drugs and alcohol, we all end up with our grandkids one way or another. We have to survive and support our grandkids that we're trying to raise. And so when you're taking this money to Miller Trust, you're taking it out of our money, and that's money shortage there to raise our grandkids.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, ma'am. I really do. Many of my clients face the same hard situation. And the only thing that I can do as an attorney is try and advise the best path for you based on your situation. And then my organization does work with other organizations to try and change the law. But unfortunately, this is the state of the law that we live in today. But I don't disagree with you at all. I think that it is a raw deal. But
it definitely is a raw deal. And I hope everybody hears that in this room, because I'm raising my granddaughter. I ended up having to raise her on the limited budget that I got. And because of that, I can't do Miller Trust. I can't have you take a part of my money. And then if I pass away, the state gets the money. That doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, you guys really need to check into this Miller Trust before you go into it. That would be my advice.
I give the same advice, ma'am, and I thank you for sharing your story. I really do.
And the other thing is, I had to have a lot of major surgeries the last 3 years. And I asked around for help while I was healing. I asked for personal help around the house because I was barely walking. I couldn't even wash my dishes. But I was denied everywhere I went because they say, you're over income. We can't help you. You go to Medicaid and they say, oh no, we can't help you. And I'm only $12 over. And, you know, and I just don't understand what the point is of Miller Trust.
Well, I mean, a Miller Trust doesn't work in your situation, but it does. I mean, I have plenty of other clients that the situation does work for them. And so that's why it's still, in my opinion, a somewhat valuable resource, because unfortunately it doesn't work for you, ma'am. And I do, you know, I sincerely feel for your situation. My own father passed away about a month ago, and I'm having to deal with his estate and all of that entails. And it has been very challenging. And he passed away in California, which has some of the most strict laws that there are. So, yeah.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing that information with us.
You're very welcome.
But I would like to suggest to everybody here in the meeting, you really need to look at this Miller Trust and how you can help your family after you pass, because if you don't do anything, then the state of Alaska gets everything.
Yeah, and I always talk about all the options with all of my clients, ma'am. I explain everything to the fullest because I do not want to, I'm not doing my job if I'm not fully informing my clients of the decisions that they're going to make and how it's going to affect, what happens in the future.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions?
You said $1,500 is the income, but I got denied too, and they said 1,700.
I was just using that number as an example. I mean, I put the exact number into my presentation.
And, I got Social Security too, and they take out quite a bit out of my Social Security for Medicare. And I agree with that. Because as natives, you realize that IHS pays, or they're supposed to pay, for the rest of your health care. Medicare does really help. I've been hospitalized a lot, and Medicare pays for that. And like she said, they pay up for 20 days. IHS doesn't have nothing to do with that. Medicare does. But anything that goes after 20 days, IHS is supposed to pay for that. So any way you look at it, we're covered. A lot of people don't realize that. So we don't have to go into this
Miller Trust.
We don't have to go into Miller Trust because we're covered. We just have to learn and get educated on how to talk for ourselves. It took me a little while to do that because I've been hospitalized a lot and I've been having a lot of health issues. But Medicare did help me. Ever since I turned 27 or 67.
I was going to say, that's impressive.
27 again. But ever since I turned 67, Medicare has been helping me because that's when I started having my health issues. And I'm 72 now, and they're still helping me. So if you do your checks, and everything, we don't have to worry about this Miller Trust because we're covered. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story. Any other questions? Oh.
Yeah, my name is Dale Criscomb from Kaikook. Talking with Jackie right there for on behalf of Medicaid. I use a lot of Medicaid from my personal medical problems to being a veteran right there. So if you're a veteran that living under Medicaid, that's free opportunity, that's free money from the federal government to serve you for your medical needs right there. So you should not trying to go under Miller Care and all that stuff to make sure that federal funds is there to cover you. So every year you should get a card from them that covers you from medical and all that stuff for being a veteran for the services you did to your country. It's the federal government that's giving you the medical freedom of services, medical free to you. So you should be barely, for Jackie, like being a veteran, he's relying on Medicaid that's coming free federal government that they need to make sure all your veterans in the state that's dependent and get free service of your Medicaid.
Yeah, I absolutely could take up full 3 days of this conference just talking about the intricacies of Medicaid versus Medicare and veterans benefits versus disabled benefits. I mean, it could fit. I mean, it's filled thousands and thousands of law books. So thank you for that information, sir. Any other questions?
This is more like a comment. I'm glad Jack brought that up because it was kind of confusing. It's the first time I've ever heard of this Miller's Care or anything like that. But it sounded as if, is there a minimum amount that you put in there to be able to get care?
So Medicaid has a cutoff limit about like how much income you can have. And I really should find the slide because I can't think of it off the top of my head because it changes every year as well. The income limit changes. This year it rose to like some of the highest we've seen it in the past 15 years. And so it's because of the pandemic that it's kind of been rising, which is good. So you just have to put whatever the limit is. I was using the example of if the limit for Medicaid is $1,500 a month and you make $1,550 a month, that only that $50 is going into the Miller Trust. The rest of the money, the $1,500, that stays in your account and you can use it however you like. It's just the excess. It's just that, for example, this is just an example, $1,500 limit and you make $1,550 a month, only the $50 is the excess. And that is what would be put into a Miller Trust.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think education is key and to, like you said, to learn the facts about this. That's all.
Thank you.
So if you get 2,000 or 2,800 a month, you have to get the state of Alaska 800?
If the income limit is 2,000, yes.
Yeah.
Well,
1,700.
Give the state of Alaska you put it into the trust, and the trust can be, while you're still living, the money that's in the trust can be used for you. It just is limited to certain things.
And then
Like
after you pass away, they just keep on taking it?
after you pass, whatever money is left in that Miller Trust. I mean, I always advise clients to maximize the amount of money they use from that Miller Trust for every little thing they can think of that falls under the approved list. Because if you have $5 when you pass away in that trust, that's all the state gets.
So they're making money.
Oh, do you need help?
My name's Eliza Winfrey from Fairbanks, delegate. So why can't Miller Trust help to pay funeral costs?
They can. You just have to get, all you have to do is get approval from Medicaid and you can put $2,000 into a burial account. They absolutely can, yeah.
Okay.
Whoever told you that gave you wrong information.
Yeah, well, it's just something I thought of because if a person die, why lose that? Why does they have to lose that?
Yep.
When it can be used for them.
No, it absolutely can. There is a special exemption, especially for Alaska Natives, that you can have up to $2,000 in a burial fund, and you can either put that into a fund that your heirs will use, or you can go to a funeral home and buy the plot or buy the casket that you want or the package that you want, and you just have to show Medicaid the receipt, and that's what it was used for.
Okay. Another information I have is I adopted my granddaughter. Her mom passed away, and she gets Medicaid, and her mom was receiving Medicaid. So when the mom passed away, my baby girl inherited some money. Out of that money, the state of Alaska took quite a chunk out of her trust fund, because they told us that we had to pay for her mother when her mother was in the hospital. We had to give everything back what the state spent on her mother when she was in the hospital. So my statement right there is nothing is free. Medicaid, do you think it's free? No, it's federal money. It's money you got to give back. It doesn't matter what happens. You know, they took some of my granddaughter's inheritance, which was okay because it paid the bill off. But I just want to make that statement. I think a lot of people don't know that Medicaid is not free. You always got to give back to that somehow. So that's just a statement I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, you mean, is there an enrollment period? Is that what you mean?
You can apply for Medicaid, but is it a draw of the hat in Google or wherever they decide who's gonna get Medicaid, who's not?
There's no, like, it's not like a lottery. No, there's not. You basically apply and then you either get approved or denied. And if you get denied, they will tell you the reasons why you're denied. And then sometimes that's the reason why I'm here today, is to talk about various things you could do to not get denied the next time you apply, or to appeal that denial, to make sure that Medicaid is actually applying the rules and regulations that they have correctly to your particular situation, because they get it wrong a lot, unfortunately. Do you have another comment, sir? If you could please go to the mic if you're able, sorry, so that the online people who are online can hear your questions.
I was wondering, when I was working, I looked at my check stub and it say, we're taking this much money out for Medicare and Medicaid. We put money into there, and some people get denied. Why should they get denied when they put that money in there?
I can't really, it's a very broad question. So until you get denied, then I can look at the paperwork that you get denied and I can tell you why, and then I can see if I can fix it. But I don't really have a good answer for that without actually seeing the denial notice.
It's funny, we put the money in there to get Medicaid when we're retired or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But people do get denied, and we sure hope that that doesn't happen to everybody.
I mean, you've had Medicare since 27, so.
I've been working for 30 years, 40 years before that. I've been putting into Medicare and Medicaid every chip.
Yep, so just like me, yeah. All right, thank you. Anybody else? Comments, questions, concerns? All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your time today. As I said, this is my 6th year presenting at the conference, and I always enjoy it. And I am just honored and humbled to be here, and I will be here for the rest of the day if you have any other questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. You have to come back next year again.
And Huslia, right?
Hopefully Huslia, yes.
I've missed my village travel. I always enjoy it.
And here's a small gift for you, and we'll see you again.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't know if it's small.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Whoa.
That's beautiful. Yeah, scissor case. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That means you have to sew.
Nobody wants me to sew, Anna. Unless it means like, I can sew up a cut. I was an EMT in a former life. Thank you.
Give your presentation.
Like Anna said, we're always appreciative of Rachel being here at our conference every year to talk about the legal issues. And she will be here all afternoon if you want to go and talk to her privately. Every year we have keynote speeches at our conference, and this year, because it is a historic meeting, a gathering, and selecting our traditional second chief for the region, we've really centered this conference on our Athabascan values, our traditional values, which is the guiding force in our Native communities. And this year, for our keynote addresses, we have our youth representative, Natalie Newman, speaking for the youth, and also our first chief of Denakkanaaga, Reverend Dr. Anna Frank. So at this time, please welcome Natalie Newman, our youth representative, to speak on traditional values.
Natalie Newman Sa'uga, Ina'a Don Newman Ba'uga, Ita'a Ben Newman Ba'uga, Setsu Barbara Anden, yes, Margaret Dahl Moses Haba'uga, Setsia Don Anden, yes, Milton Moses III, Moses Haba'uga, Tleth Hatanit Slesto. So my name is Natalie Newman. My mother is Dawn Newman and my father is Ben Newman. My grandma on my mom's side is Barbara Anden and my grandpa on my mom's side is Don Anden. My paternal grandparents are Margaret Dahl Moses and Milton Moses III. Growing up, my grandparents, Dahl and Milton, would bring me to Rampart every chance they could. I remember every time we went, my grandma Elizabeth Betty Wheel would be up and waiting with hot food, telling my grandparents, "Oh, dry up," when they wanted to go home and rest. The next morning, I would have fresh hot cakes made by my Papa Henry Wheel. It's funny how we refer to our elders as Grandma and Grandpa, which were almost always followed by complaints of how much work he put in the night before. He would be up bright and early the next day, yelling at me and my cousins when we were playing on the log, saying how dangerous it is. Our elders were always advising, even when we don't realize it. In the far depths of my memories, I remember watching NCIS with my great-grandmother Elizabeth Leakey Newman. In her living room, following my dad's footsteps, I'd run away to her house when I did something I wasn't supposed to, which was only happened once or twice. And when she was in Denali Center, I would visit with my grandma Doll and sit with all my family that was there, enjoying each other's company, especially her presence. After she passed, we lit lanterns on her birthday, commemorating her, and sometimes we'd even burn food. When I was in the 6th grade, I think, I went to spirit camp in Tanna, and then there I remember my great-grandma Helen Peters giving us a speech. In this speech, she would always recall her story of not taking any types of drugs, not even prescribed medicine. I specifically remember her telling us never to take any type of drug and how bad it was for us. I remember always running from my uncle Tommy or Moose, Evan's hugs. Though it was thinking it was a game. I was distraught when he passed. You never know what you have until you don't have it anymore. I also remember my Uncle Leroy Evans always meeting the plane, seeing him get wood and water on his 4-wheeler or snow machine every week without fail. Despite his weary health and age, every time the river was going out, both of these great human beings would be on the bench watching the river go out excitingly, telling stories of how it used to be a great show and making jokes with those who were there. Rampart lost its most senior elder when Leroy passed, leaving us with only young elders. I don't know where I would be without any of my elders, my guides. Our elders never stop guiding us on our values and traditions. Even in their passing, I'm continuously hearing stories about elders I can't remember or have never even had the pleasure of meeting. The stories told and much and made by our elders can carry on through generations. When I help my Auntie Ada make bread, she tells me on how her Aunt Kitty would wake up at 6 a.m. to make bread for dinner and how easy I have it with a propane stove. When I help cut fish with the old ladies, are joking about my great-grandpa Boney always getting away from fish and game to feed his family. Even when I'm sitting around with family, they look at my sister and tell me how much she reminds them of Uncle John, or my great-great-grandpa journey from Ukjavik to Beaver. I don't just hear of my family members, I hear of our ancestors, and that came from all over Alaska. I hear of a man singing 13 songs in mourning for his family and village. I hear of old medicine men walking around, especially the one buried outside my village. I hear of the old village across the river from Rampart. I hear of great treks from winter camp to summer camp. These are all feats of Native ancestors about our minor ancestry. In my dance group, Dlathatanits Hutnage, we have a song called the Gold Panner Song, and it was always bring a smile to the kids' faces to do it. Heck, even in Sitka, I hear stories of trading between the Tlingit and our people. Though I don't talk about them nearly enough, I hear of the horrors of although we don't talk about them enough, I hear of the horrors of missions and boarding schools. These stories are all unique and must be told. Our stories and songs have a huge part of our culture, and they carry values and traditions. They show our hard work to provide for our families. It shows our connection to one another. It shows our honor, honesty, and fairness. Telling our stories and singing our songs to our children show our loving dedication. They show our respect to our land, village, elders, each other, and nature. Listening to these stories and talking about them to heart shows our wisdom from life experiences. They honor our ancestors and spirituality. Each of our stories and songs hold a piece of our heart, our family, and our culture. Our stories, new and old, also tell us a very important thing: hard work. We each put in hard work to be somewhere we want to be. I put so much work to be where I am. I watched so many elders put in hard work to provide for themselves and their family. Every time I saw my Uncle Leroy by the washteria to haul water, I would run down to him to help. Or when he was carrying logs, I would put down whatever I was doing, because that's what we do. We help each other and undoubtedly our elders. Today, there is a war. I doubt anyone hasn't heard of it. It's the war on drugs and alcohol in our youth. There are many scary statistics on this. A quick Google search, and I found that at least 1 in 8 teenagers have abused an illicit substance. 62% of graduates have abused alcohol. 50% of teenagers have abused drugs at least once nationwide. In Alaska, teenagers are 25.7 more likely to have abused drugs in the last month than the average American teenager. About 10.5% of 12 to 17-year-olds report using drugs in the last month. 83% of that is marijuana. 8.3% of teens have had alcohol in the last month. 25.6% of all 8th graders, 12-year-olds, have abused alcohol at least once. Today, our Alaskan 18 to 25-year-olds are 12.8% more likely to use drugs than the average American in the same age group. Nationwide, opioid overdose is increased 500% in teens in the last 23 years. And 5% of 18-year-olds have used an opioid, excluding heroin. Me, and I hope all of you find this terrifying. When I look around me, I see people I don't want to lose, especially to drugs and alcohol. We lose more people to overdose than we do car accidents and gun violence combined. Seeing people I love and the people I see every day who use and abuse drugs and alcohol, I am grateful that those around me who have guided me against these illicit substances, a key group being my elders. I know I am lucky to have these guides. Many may have not had these positive guides, only negative guides. When you are growing up and surrounded by illicit substances as what is seen as the only outlet, you may only continue to see it as an only outlet. The second most cited reason for teen use is self-medication and escape. The number one reason being peer pressure. These go hand in hand. One person does it to escape, as it is the only way they know, but doesn't want to do it alone, so they peer pressure their friends. The first person stops for some reason, and now the person that they have peer pressure doesn't want to be alone. This is a vicious cycle. You, our elders, our guides, are in the front line of defense. I have been there. I have had multiple people try and peer pressure me into using illicit substances. I have had to hold someone's hair up as they threw up. I have had to listen to their confessions in their dark times. I've had to sit and listen to drunken rambles. I've had to hold myself together so they don't feel worse than they already do. One of these times, the one that stops me the most was one of my cousins. They were crying and clinging to me, begging me to have a sip at least so they won't be alone. I refused and just stood there. After a while, they started giving me ultimatums. I still refused. I refused because I knew how they can change someone. I knew how addictive and bad it was for you. I have seen people I love fighting because they were drunk. I remember my godbrother running behind me and closing my eyes to bring me back to my room. I have had to be a designated driver to know my loved ones got home safe. I have that the drunk driver behind me won't make it home. I have had to stay up at night wondering where certain people were. Try as they might, I don't think my parents could have done this, prevented me from future of illicit substance use alone, without guides such as you. In truth, I also isolated myself. I hated being with kids my age in my hometown because they would sneak out and smoke weed or drink from water bottles that were clearly not water. So I would hang out with the adults or younger kids, and I would still hang out with the people, and I would still hang out with people my age, but not as frequently as when we were 6 or 8. I turned to my books, reading in my room. Sure, everyone would still call me a hermit, bookworm, or uncool, but at least I wouldn't be like them. I remembered every time I saw the adults drink, partying, they would stumble over to me and tell me not to do what they do, as it was bad. So I persevered and stayed in my room. I ignored the calls to go play because why should I? I learned from my elders that drinking isn't the answer. I learned from their mistakes because I saw the outcome. I don't want my younger cousins to learn from the outcome or their own experiences. I want them to have healthier ways to cope, not see it as their only escape or even do it to look cool because everyone else is doing it. I also know that substance abuse can lead to many other problems. I have seen and heard of people I love being cast aside because they got so desperate for drugs or alcohol that they would not care and sell and steal anything that they can get from their hands on just to get what they want. I have also given counsel to those who have come to me in their haze of depression, mostly caused by substance abuse, as abuse isn't the only solution, it is a problem and a side effect. Substances are more addictive to developing minds. Our minds don't fully develop until the age of 25. Over time, they can make mental health disorders worse. Over half the people with untreated mental health disorders turn to substances, leaving their mind weak and more likely to become impulsive and aggressive. I bet if you scroll on Facebook for even 5 minutes, you'll see someone healing and thankful for their traditional roots for helping them through their journey. I can also almost guarantee that they have felt down and ended up turning to substance abuse. All this for a little relief from life. All this so they can try and wash away the pain. I am told not to judge. They have their reasons, but how can I not? When I know as soon as they have a sip too much, I won't recognize them. The same person I was talking to with that same day can go from kind and tender to loving to vicious and unyielding. We have an effect on those around us. We don't always notice, but we do. Our values say respect, 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 and I wholeheartedly agree. Respect others by keeping the community clean. By doing this, you are living up to those who come before us by staying strong in your hard times. We are respecting our land by keeping those around us healthy and clean. You are respecting the next generation by bringing them up in a place where they don't have to worry about their family because they're drunk somewhere they don't know. And I cannot wait until I can see a happy and healthy and clean Alaska. Our values can help us guide us through this. They helped us band together when COVID-19 hit. They showed us the resilience of our ancestors. Why are we? They are fighting to keep Alaska clean, and they are steady beating our hearts. I was raised on these values and traditions. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was. I don't know where I would be without our values and traditions. I doubt we would be so far and ahead with COVID, but we shouldn't just practice our values with each other. We should practice our values with everyone. Respect not only our elders, but everyone. Don't judge someone because they're ignorant of our history and traditions. Teach them on a bus seat.
For the summer? So Natalie, can you tell them where you're going this summer?
I'm going to Harvard for 2 college classes for 7 weeks.
And Natalie, we have a gift for you, but I think we left it at the office by accident. I apologize. But I just want to say, as the youth representative on our board, Natalie is not afraid to make comments on the issues we're talking about. In fact, when the board met earlier this year to set up the criteria and the process for the selection of the second chief, she was right in there giving a youth perspective, and we appreciate that. And I know some of the comments you made in your speech were very hard to do, but they were heartfelt, and we really appreciate that. I just want to say thank you for being strong. Thank you for being a role model for our youth. Can we give her a standing ovation? She's done so much. Harvard. I don't think this is the last we've seen of Natalie on any of our organizations, so thank you. Our elder presentation, keynote address, is by our own very first chief of Denakkanaaga. And just to clarify, we had set up the agenda and put her down before the nominees, because I know some might question that, before the nominees were submitted. So, but she is our first chief of Denakkanaaga, and she's been a leader for our organization. I think she has a busier schedule than I do. We have a calendar for her, actually. So, but to talk about our Native values and what they mean to us, please welcome our first chief, Anna Frank.
Thank you. After I put my name in and say, what the heck, I got second job maybe. But I love working for the organization. It has brought me so much strength to be working for all of you. And I was looking at our Athabascan values. And as Natalie was talking about, you will also have to remember our children have gone through a lot of traumas. We wonder why our kids are the way they are. And it's because of trauma. I bet if we got our children, our grandchildren to write a story, it'll probably make you cry. Because we all went through that too. There was trauma in our own lives. And if you got these Athabascan values, don't just put it up on the wall. You take each one and ask the question, what is self-sufficiency? Ask yourself that too. To us, it means take care of yourself. When you learn to do that, then it's time to get kicked out. Right? Am I speaking right, Andy? All our older men, that's how they were raised. It's time for you to go. It's time to be on your own. While at us, we're still taking care of our children. We don't know when to kick them out. We spoil them, I think. Another value is who takes care of the family? You all know that I'm a widow. Who takes care of me? Right now, it's my son. But it shouldn't just be his job only. It should be for the community to take care of widows. Long time ago, you hear about our chiefs had 4 or 5 wives. It's not because they like a lot of women around them. A long time ago, they were very mean with widows. They didn't treat them good. So the ruler of the village was the chief. And he took those widows in and took care of them. And the church came around and told them you could only have one wife. And so our chief in Minto, that's what they did to him. He had 2 wives, one older woman and the younger one. And let me tell you, listen, you guys, when they told him he had to give up one wife, he picked the younger one. By then, they probably had kids. And what happened to the second wife, older wife, is that she had a house right next to them, and she helped the young wife raise her kids. How many of us women could do that? Move next door and raise your husband's kids. Not too many. That's the kind of lifestyle they had. Family relationship is another one. Do you talk about family relationship? Not too many of us do that. My aunt is the one that told me, you're related to this, this, and this. I never knew how I was related to Andy Jimmy. I never asked the question. And when I did, I found out his grandmother and my grandfather were brothers and sisters. When we found that out, it seemed we were close before, but we didn't know how. But after we got older, we became closer. So you have to talk about things like that with your children, your grandchildren. Tribe. Are you a member of a tribe? In Minto, we have 5 tribes. I couldn't remember them all. I remember my tribe, Bitzich. That's Caribou tribe. In our tradition, you don't marry the same tribe. You go to the opposite. It's just like when us younger folks, when we got married, we had to go to take blood tests. They don't do that anymore, I think. Our way was if you marry the opposite tribe, you're not related to them. That's our tradition. And we start telling our kids this. Are they the same tribe as you? I think when my girls got teenagers and they start looking at boys, it just broke their heart when we told them it's your cousin. But we had to be upfront with them early. That's the way we were taught. Do you teach your young men, like if you go hunting or you go out in the summertime, and maybe you had beaver left over from the winter catch, and you cook that for yourself? What do you do with the bones? You just throw it behind you in the brush? No, you throw those beaver bones back in the river. That's where it came from. That's what we were taught. There were so many things that we had to live by, how our ancestors, our grandparents, our aunts taught us. For the women, your auntie is supposed to be your teacher. For the men, if you're an uncle, then you better get busy with your nephews, because you're the teacher. That's how we were taught. Village cooperation. The chief had to take that on. I remember there was disagreement on trap line. Richard was the chief. He took a paper and say, okay, the left side is your side of trapping, on the right side You don't cross that line. Because they were fighting over whose trap line. A long time ago, they were judge and jury too. Our grandfathers. So many things to teach. Who's responsible for the village? Since we didn't have council members way back then, it was the chief. And we took up the Gussick way of doing things. Is it working? To a certain extent. But it's still the chief's responsibility. It's like if you have 5 kids, each child has a job to do. That's the way we were taught. Respect for land, respect for nature. We couldn't even do things when we were small, young. Don't do that. Our word was Itzka, downriver is Hutlani. If you work against nature. And you have to know what you're doing and why. Hopefully, we still honor our ancestors. I try to. I try to honor our ancestors by going up to our old graves. At least visit them. Spirituality. As a Native person, we are very spiritual people. Very spiritual. But you have to know about that spirituality. The Gussacks came around, preachers, and they said to us, our spiritual way of healing is evil. Because we took all our problems to the medicine man. We didn't have doctors. We had to. Someone say, that was evil. I said, yes, probably. We had good medicine men, and we had some that wasn't good. It's just like your preachers that preach on TV, they get kicked off. The same thing. They're the ones that held us together too. A lot of us believe in a different way. I still believe in my native way. It makes me stronger to know what my parents and my grandfather went through. One time somebody told me it was evil. And I said, well, go to Pentecostal church. Because that's where I saw our medicine men did what they needed to do. They were so powerful in the spirit. Men to hope they don't hurt themselves. You have to know what you're talking about before you condemn. I'm not saying you need to go back to it. I think each one of us have a spirit in us, and it's up to us to feed that good spirit. And that is what I want to see of our young people. What really hurt me is I look at my grandchildren, and that's why I talk about trauma. How many of us got 2 grandchildren, they got 2 different fathers? That's what I'm talking about too. We have to start talking to our children, our grandchildren, about that. Talk with your granddaughters, your daughters. Tell them face to face of what you think is not right. We have to, that's the way they talk to us. This morning I talked about when we first became a woman. Our parents put us behind tent so we could learn to take care of ourselves. We don't do that anymore, but maybe we should have sessions with them. It's because the tradition was breaking up then in my day. It became weaker. We have to make it strong again. For those of you that could, try it. Try to teach the young men. Try to teach the young women. My dad went through trauma. When he was 12 years old, they had the same epidemic we have today, people dying. 12 years old, he had to take bodies out of the house. He said, we put plate by the door, and if that plate is still there, it means they died. My dad became a good coffin maker because he watched that growing up. A lot of trauma. And with that trauma, he was a very angry man. And we saw that in the house. One fall, we went out with him, myself and my 2 boys. My mom was paralyzed, but he took her out. And he told my boys, even your grandma can't walk, I take her out because that's what she likes. And he told my boys, it's because I wasn't good to her when I was young. To me, that was an apology. We need to start making apologize to the people that we hurt. My dad got my respect that day. So we still have a lot of work to do, especially with our children, our grandchildren. I'm teaching my 12-year-old. I take him out hunt with me. That's all he got on his mind, is going out in the boat, going hunting. And of course, his uncle take him out, and you know how uncles are. He took him out and he came back and he say, Grandma, guess where I was? From where? Duck Shit Lake, you say. He thought that was a cool name. And I start teaching him native way. The Sini Son. Now when he say, guess where were you? I'll ask him. And he'll tell me where he was in native, with native words. I tell him, Dr. Krause would have been very proud of you. Dr. Krause was the language teacher in University of Alaska. So it's an honor for me to be here. It's an honor to be your leader. I have so much fun. I enjoy it so much. I think it's because I'm watching these young girls grow up. Even they think they're already grown. I still make corrections. And that's what we have to do. Make corrections very gently. Us, they used to holler at us, hey, quit that now, get the heck away. You know, that's how they used to talk to us. We don't do that anymore. So keep on teaching. You're still a teacher, and you will be a teacher, always. So thank you for being here. Thank you for wanting to learn or hear something different. Another thing, our Native people have strong love for each other. Jowitson, Grandpa Peter John always used to talk about Jowitson. So much love that we don't talk mean to each other. If there's correction, it's done in a proper way. And we could still do that. Let's love one another like our ancestors did. I admire this young girl. She reminds me of me, eager. When I was that age, I wanted to learn. I didn't have that opportunity, but I have this opportunity, and which is still learning. So, Bassi.
Thank you, Anna. I had to smile when she said I was still growing when she pointed at me, because I'm in my mid-60s and I have 15 grandchildren already, but it is the truth. We all still grow no matter what age we are. And I must say, being the executive director of Denakkanaaga, I have the best bosses, and I've learned something from every one of them, including our youth rep. So we're going to do a little housekeeping, and then we have some other presentations this afternoon before we close out our first day. In preparation for our annual meeting on Thursday, we need to have some of our delegates volunteer. We need 2 delegates to be on our credentials committee. The committee examines and reports at the conference on the credentials of the members and announce who shall have the voting rights at the conference. And basically, it's just reconfirming that the delegates who are here have the voting privileges at the annual meeting, and also tomorrow for the traditional second chief. And for delegates, could I get 2 volunteers, please, to serve on this committee? It doesn't take much. It's just meeting with our election judge tomorrow. 2 delegates, Eliza and Lois. All right. And then the other committee that we have, usually we have a resolutions committee, but unfortunately there are no resolutions to be presented at the annual meeting this year. And so the other committee that we have is the election committee. And the election committee is responsible for the fair, impartial, and efficient administration of the elections. The committee will check the qualifications and membership status of the nominees running for the office. That means our board members. They are responsible for running the voting process, allowing the candidates to speak in an equal time frame, and then they will assist the election judge and announce the outcome with the election judge. And our election judge again this year is Alan Todd. He's the attorney for Doyon Limited. He'll be here with two of his paralegals from his department to help us conduct the elections tomorrow and at our annual meeting for our board members. So do I have two delegates to help Alan with the election process? Billy, and I need one more. Robert Solomon. Thank you. So if you, the four of you would like to meet with me tomorrow morning, and we can chat with Alan when he gets here tomorrow. Thank you. Do you guys need a break, or are you okay? You need a break. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll go into for additional presentations. 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 to 3. Please up on the. Tradition. Reconvene. We have several more presentations before we end the day. And every year, Denakkanaaga is very honored to work not only with our sister organizations, but educational foundations, universities, other Native entities on elder issues. So the presentations that you're going to be hearing this afternoon are as a result of some of this collaboration that we've been doing over the past year. The first presentation you're going to be hearing from is Learning How to Age in a Good Way from Our Elders. And Dr. Jordan Lewis, who used to be at the University of Alaska, Anchorage, that we worked with several times, had been scheduled to be here, but unfortunately he could not make it. In his place, we have two of his colleagues, Stephanie Kim and Zaylor Hines. They are both from the University of Minnesota. And please welcome them to the podium to talk about learning how to age in a good way from our elders.
So I'm Steffi Kim. And then I just say your name. Or you just say your name. I'm Zayla. Okay. Hi, it's very nice to be here. And unfortunately, Jordan couldn't make it here, and he is really thinking of all of you and sends best wishes. So we're presenting on Alaska Native successful aging and what it means to age in a good way. Some of this research is basically from Jordan and what he has accrued and learned over the past 10 years on what it means to age well. And he has learned most of this from sitting down with his elders in his community and then spreading to other areas within Alaska. And before I get started, I also maybe want to introduce myself a little bit. I'm originally from Germany. I moved to the States about 17 years ago and have been living in Anchorage, Alaska for the past 9 years.
And I'm Zayla. My Tlingit name is Edidu Sane. I imagine you're all wondering why a blonde woman is giving you her Tlingit name. When I was a really young child, I was adopted by the Strong family into the Eagle Wolf House in Cluck-One. My aunties are Kimberly Strong and Lonnie Hotch. I used to live in Fairbanks for a little bit. It's good to be back. I now live in Anishinaabe land in Minnesota. And I want to say thank you so much for having us. We're so humbled and honored to be here on these lands and among all of you. It's been an honor to listen and so happy to have a few minutes to share with you. Thank you.
Okay, so just to give you a little bit of an overview, just as I said, about 10 years ago, Jordan was wondering how his elders know or how do they figure out how to age in a good way. And so he went back to his home community and asked those questions about what do you do, what does it look like in your community when you age, and how does it feel, and other questions as well. So he started out in the native village of Naknek, And then from there, he shared his results, and other communities were also interested in what in this kind of study. And so he started working with Norton Sound, and worked out with an elder care advisor. And from there, he started collaborating with different communities who were interested in this work. And after Norton Sound area, we visited also some communities in the Aleutian Pribilof Islands. One of those was Unalaska and St. George. And at this point, we started reaching out to other communities in different areas. So one of the areas that we're conducting studies right now is within the Kenai Peninsula, and also the entire interior region and the southeast region of Alaska. So up to now, we have about 108, interviewed about 108 elders from those different communities, with an age range from 48 to 93. And many of them, about 60%, actually spoke their native language first and then learned English. And we have at this point, talked to about half female elders and male elders, men and women. And what do we want to learn? We want to learn, what does it mean to age well? How do elders do that? How they learn about this, and also how does the community support them in doing so, or their family. And with that, we also learn about their experiences. What does it look like within their lives on a daily perspective, or within different seasons, and then also throughout the years in which they're aging. And so with that, we kind of started to see and collect some of the elders' experiences. Thank you. Some of the elders' experiences. And now we get a little bit of an idea of what elders consider aging well within different regions, different communities, and then all together, we want to take a look at what does it look like within the state of Alaska. So not only do we look at what it means for an elder themselves and their family, but also what does it mean for communities. Sometimes communities were saying they're losing their elders because they do have to leave in order to get some of the services or supports that they need. And so we're also hoping with this research to provide communities with information on how they even can support elders more so, or provide data so that they can go ahead and maybe provide for grants or initiate services or supports, or even change them up if needed. So beyond some of those very community-based information that we gather, we also look at it from like an academic perspective. So, So within his first research study in Naknek, he found just 4 characteristics that elders were sharing with him that a person who ages well would have. One of them was they were emotionally well off, they were spiritual, had physical health, and were engaged in community. And emotional well-being involved self-esteem and optimism. Spirituality involved church and prayer, as well as optimism. And being engaged in community involved having a sense of purpose and meaning. That came quite often with being engaged. Having a supportive family, a supportive community, being resilient and open to growth, wanting to learn, and also having knowledge of how to prepare food and also how to do subsistence. And from a physical health perspective, that involved not using any substances, staying away from that, using Western medicine in effective ways, but also using traditional medicine, being active, doing subsistence, doing some walking, and a native diet, and feeling useful and being optimistic. So those were his initial kind of findings. And from then, we also took a look at the urban environment. So in Anchorage, I visited with several elders from the North and Sound region, and we kind of compared their experiences. And what we found, I know this is very kind of a big slide, and I will just summarize real quick what some of the main findings were. But within rural villages, it was that intergenerational engagement was still happening quite a bit. It happened during schools, it happened on the street, and the grocery store, and basically kind of naturally throughout their day or the week. The tight-knit community was always mentioned as being very supportive and helpful, and the support. I think even if it was dropping off food, chopping wood, or hauling the water in some communities. In urban communities that looked a little bit different. Here, most of the elders were drawn to an urban environment due to resources and also having a little more availabilities to some finances or financial resources. The tribal organizations offered get-togethers, they would organize traditional activities, but all of that, or a lot of that, was provided by tribal organizations, and many of the gatherings were the same age gatherings, and elders would share that they miss being a part of a bigger community. And even though they had sometimes those experiences and opportunities to get together, they needed to be scheduled, and it was hard to kind of, for a single elder to go and have those experiences more often. We also looked into what it looks like for an elder to age and what happens with an elder while they're moving maybe from a younger elder to an elder in training or the other way around, and kind of being somewhat feeling like they are getting there and then really considering themselves as an elder and sometimes being moved into that position by the community, and what happens within the elder. So within this model, the need of others is being seen as more important than the elder themselves. Connection to the past seemed to increase, and then change in relationships were also reported. Within the realm of spirituality, a greater connection to the universe, and also a little bit of a detachment from kind of the earthy or mundane kind of daily things. And emotional well-being was considered within the realm of self-reflection and resilience. And then the next component was physical health and mobility, and within this component, physical limitations were being considered, accepted, and at times, elders were working on seeing what they can do and what they cannot do, and then adapt. And then also the change in role that would happen throughout the different stages. Okay.
So this is just another visual based on Jordan's research in Bristol Bay. It again shows the four main themes he found: physical health, spirituality, community engagement, emotional well-being. And again, this was about 10 years ago. In that time, he's gone to other regions and found more, some similarities and some differences, right? This is from, the former one was Bristol Bay, this one's Norton Sound. You can see there's a few more. So one thing that, we're interested in is, how is the interior region similar or different? Is there more? Are there more categories? Do all of these fit? So a question to ask is, why work with researchers from the university? The university does not have the greatest track record, and we recognize that. One thing we do is, throughout our process, we're working with an elder advisory council from the region that we're in or working in, and they guide the entire process. So they inform the questions we ask, the type of information we're getting, so that when we do gather data, it's what they want to hear, right? So they own that data. We also work with them to find ways to spread that data to the community. So one community said, this report doesn't mean anything to us. We want to be able to have our youth and our elders, engaging with it every day. So sweatshirts and coffee mugs and berry buckets was a way for that community to keep the conversation going and be reminded of these good things that their elders were talking about, like laughter and joy, right? Here's some posters that do a similar thing. But this data has also been used by communities to get more funding, right? We know that these big chunks of funding generally come when there's this, data supporting it, right? So one community was able to get funding for an elder home, so that elders, if they wished, could get the medical care they needed in their community and stay. Here is a graphic that came from the work I was originally just talking about. You may have noticed some leftover sweatshirts. We sent out hundreds of sweatshirts, but we have a few extra, so we're going to be raffling those off later tomorrow at 12:30. So get a free ticket if you're interested in one of those. We have a couple berry buckets too. So we're fortunate, like I said, to have funding to come into this region. This is our first trip here. We're hoping there'll be many more. We're also going into the Southeast region in the next, over the span of the next 2 or 3 years. And we're really hoping that going to all of these regions will help us create a model of successful aging for the whole state, recognizing the differences between regions, right? But also enabling services that come from like the state level to better fit our Alaska Native communities. So policy and healthcare and services. So what we're hoping while we're here in Fairbanks is to do some of these interviews. What we do is we just sit down and we visit, we ask some questions, and we try to really, learn from the elders about what aging looks like to them, how they age in a good way, how they learned. We also, I mentioned, we have our Elder Advisory Council. We're so grateful to have Elizabeth Flegel on that council for the interior. We also have Betty Huntington and Betty Griffin. And we're also hoping to get 1 or 2 more people on that council. We meet 3 to 4 times a year, and they're so important to us because, like I said, they guide what we do and they help us do it in a good way. And like I said, we have the raffle. That's going to be 12:30 tomorrow. Okay. I think we might have just a few minutes for questions, if anyone has any, or no? They can have you over here. Okay, yeah, come to our table if you have questions. Thank you so much.
So we will get some gifts for you because we do appreciate you being here and talking to the folks here at the conference. But if you could pass this on to Jordan, because like I said, we've worked with him in the past and it's been a wonderful experience working with him, and the work that you all are doing is wonderful. And I would encourage you to go learn more about it and ask them questions. They do have a table over here, and they will be here all day tomorrow? Yes. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you, and I'm just going to say it, Sharon. Hopefully, next year will be better to see the screen. First time I sat out there, and I don't think anybody could read it. And so that's something hopefully we're going to work on. Very good. And next is, let's see, Laverne Dementif. Yay, and here she comes.
Adea Chuds. Hello, everyone. Haleg Se'ezret. My name is Laverne Dementif, or you can call me Haleg. Degatanitlan. I am Degatan Athabaskan, Deloy Chet Histant. My family is from Holy Cross and Anvik, and I grew up in Nenana and in Anchorage, and I currently live in Fairbanks and work at the University of Alaska Fairbanks in the social work program. So really feel so grateful, Shurgadistan, I feel so grateful to be here with you all and to be sharing this research that we did with Denakkanaaga elders a couple years ago called Awakening the Spirit. And I wanted to today talk a little bit about some of the outcomes from the elders and what they said in that research. So my partner in this research is Dr. Jessica Black, who could not be here today, but sends her love to all of you. Let's see. Next slide. Oh, I think that's me. Push that. There we go. All right. So I also wanted to just thank the Denakkanaaga elders and also Sharon McConnell for inviting us to present on this. We wanted to start with some core beliefs about the research process. And so the first one that I wanted to talk about was Alaska Native cultural practices must continue to exist for another 10,000 plus years. I have been fortunate enough to know and have mentors like Edna Deacon and the late Jim Dementi, who have taught me so much of the language and of our culture and traditional practices. And I'm always inspired and in awe that so many elders carried the cultural practices and the language with them over some really difficult periods of time, assimilation and colonization and a lot of trauma. Because because elders did that, I get to use that knowledge and wisdom and practices for my own healing and connectedness and wellness. And so I'm always so grateful. So part of how I believe about what I believe about research and the work that we're doing is that now it's our responsibility to carry that forward. So another 10,000 years, another 1,000, 100 years, people can benefit from the language and our practices. Another core belief is that cultural practices serve as a guide for wellness and healing in our communities, organizations, and systems. Right now in our Western healthcare system, so much of what we have available to us for health and wellness is outside of our values, it's outside of our communities, it's outside of ourselves. And if we look at the traditional practices like naming practices and memorial potlatch and tea partner in my area, those strategies around wellness, health, connectedness, were built into with our values. They were built into everyday life. They were utilized every day for our health and wellness. And so it wasn't something separate from us. And I think the system that we have has a lot to learn from that. Another core belief is that Alaska Native people and communities have the strength and resilience and capacity to confront the challenges they're faced with. So really believing that we have that within our communities already. And then the fourth one is Alaska Native communities should be at the helm of all research programming and activities that involves them. So nothing about us without us. Next slide. So I wanted to just highlight, with this research, the goal really was to just positively impact health and wellness prevention and intervention in Alaska, especially in the interior with Athabascan Dene people. With research that was focused around the Alaska Native worldview and values, and that was community driven. But I have to say, if I think about my conversations with the elders at Denakkanaaga, I would have to say what my takeaways are to learn the values and traditional practices, teach them when I learn them, and so that passes that forward to the next generation. We were fortunate to get funding from two separate funding areas. So the National Institute of Health funded us through the Center for Alaska Native Health Research up at UAF, and then the Office of Minority Health also funded us recently to support a project that Denakkanaaga is doing this summer called Elders Mentoring Elders Culture Camp. And so I'll talk more about that in a minute. And that's through the Center for Indigenous Innovation and Health Equity. So I just want to say that I'm grateful for the funding to be able to do some of this. So some of the methods that we utilized in this process really were that we got IRB approval through both UAF IRB and Alaska Area Health IRB. But above all that, the most important approval that we got was from the elders and from Denakkanaaga. So we're again grateful for that. We held 2 focus groups and we held 14 interviews with elders that were recorded. We had a community advisory committee of 7 amazing people in the community, Indigenous Athabascan Dene people, that helped us to do this research in a good way. And we were able to pay the elders for their time. And then we looked at the data and just pulled out important teachings, which was what I want to share with you. So I added this next slide just really focused around the importance of culture on well-being and quality of life. What we saw was, culture encompasses so much, right? So that's the next slide. Culture includes beliefs, values, medicine, identity, spirituality, ceremonies, rituals, food, land, water, language, art, so much, right? So culture incorporates so much. And then, culture was interrupted. There were in some places stolen from us, right? And so we had a lot of challenges that created a lot of loss in our culture. But today we're actually seeing a resurgence in our cultural practices. And so it's a beautiful thing. A lot of the things that are talked about is culture as medicine, culture as a buffer, culture as a protective factor, culture is interwoven with healing and cultural continuity. So I'm pretty excited to see so much of that happening. And I realize I'm supposed to be changing my own slides, so I apologize for that. All right, so this next slide is focused on what I call the 5 C's framework, and this is actually what I've learned from elders over time, and I compiled them into these 5 C's: compassion, connection, community, curiosity, and ceremony. And that's kind of how I separated some of the elder comments as I'm going to go forward. And I'll start with compassion. So compassion. For me, I actually work and co-teach with Elizabeth Flegel, Dr. Flegel, sitting over there, and also Eliza Winfrey. They both co-teach with me at the UAF Rural Social Work Cohort Program. And I've learned from Elizabeth that love and compassion belongs in all institutions and everywhere. And that, compassion is so essential. And so she tells students often that she loves them, she's proud of them. That's not something we hear often in Western institutions like the university. So I've learned a lot from her about compassion. And there's the elders at Denakkanaaga share some very specific quotes about compassion. They talk about, love and hard work is what you make with your hands. I thought that was a really beautiful quote. They talked about love of elders, love for everybody. One elder says, Dad always took somebody from the village to camp that didn't have a mom or a dad. Families took care of each other. Another elder said, don't think bad about one another. Don't say anything bad about one another. So much around compassion, I think there was in the Denakkanaaga quotes. The next one is around connection. When I think about connection, I think this is something that elders often model for us, right? Our relationality, how we're connected to everything. And if you think about the challenges that we're faced with COVID, and it could be anything around addiction or anger or depression, many of these challenges create disconnection. So they disconnect us from ourselves, from our family, sometimes from our culture, sometimes from spirit, and sometimes from the land and nature. So a really important aspect is to be able to help people connect back up. And the elders in Denakkanaaga mentioned things like connection to spirit is a gift. We connect through our stories that we tell each other. Drinking disconnects us from our culture and ourselves. I had one elder say, I grew up with lots of grandmas and grandpas, which I felt was a good example of connection. The next one I'll highlight is around community. Every elder I talk to yearns for community. My uncle talks to me about how we move from camp to camp together, right? Spring camp and winter camp, summer camp, going berry picking, all of the things, fishing. We did going eeling. We did that together as a community, and elders yearn for that. And so I pulled that out as something I thought is super important to highlight. And so some of the quotes talk about, just coming together as a community, getting to know who you are and your ancestors, and thinking about coming together in good times as well as bad times. So the next one I'll mention is curiosity. Many of our elders highlight this aspect of curiosity. It's not often talked about as curiosity, but it's often thought about as listening as a value, right? Observing as a value, lifelong learning as a value. All of those things embody curiosity. And so curiosity, I felt, is super important. There was a lot of discussion around curiosity among the elders as well. One of the things that it talked about was to, learn your culture, even if it's just little by little, and then, be proud of who you are. The next one I'll talk about is ceremony. And within ceremony, I think of Elder Wilson Justin, who said, without ceremony, we wouldn't be here as Indigenous people today, because ceremony connects us to spirit, it connects us to land, to each other, and it brings us back into a place of balance. And so the elders also talked about ceremony during our research process. So really it was, focusing around healing and give away your very best, attend ceremonies, learn them. So one of the things that also came out was just so many elder quotes, elders talking about the impact of elders on their lives. So half of what was said, if we looked at all of the transcripts, elders were talking about the impacts that elders had on their lives in multiple ways. And that was really, really powerful. And so it's no wonder that one of the things that came out of this particular research process, this is something elders have been talking about for a long time, but we were able to support with some funding, was an Elders Mentoring Elders cultural camp. So this camp is actually going to be held here in Fairbanks in June. And I'll try to read this here. A quote from an elder says, "We do need elder culture camp to help each other and learn to speak, or the other elders can tell us different things of how they grew up and what was the tradition, what were the taboos and all of that. And we need that for our elders today. Like you say, a lot of them went to boarding school, and a lot of them were in boarding school when they were young kids. These kids grew up in those little children's homes, and they never did learn. They were taken away at a young age, so some of them really don't know how to become elders. We have to be taught. So that is the goal of this particular camp that's coming up, which we're pretty excited about, which is some of the impacts of this, or outcomes from this research. So I'm looking at, let's see, one of the things that elders were talking about is that they're concerned that addictions are getting in the way of transmission of culture and traditional knowledge. So the objective of the elders, Mentoring Elders Camp, really is to support elders at becoming elders. So this camp, like I said, is going to be June 27th and 28th. It's going to include right now about 35 young elder participants and about 10 youth helpers. There will be about 10 to 15 elder teachers, and then Denakkanaaga staff and volunteers that attend. So the goal again is to build positive connections, share the importance of Athabascan Dene values, and share stories while learning how to do a number of things. 1, smoking moose hide, 2, harvesting roots and plants for salves, and making baskets, and then also cutting fish. Learning to cut fish. So the other outcome, and I'm just going to wrap up here, is that community-driven projects modeling and promoting intergenerational transmission of culture and traditional knowledge ensure that we are able to teach, that the next generation can benefit from that. So I wanted to say that, all cultures experience challenges in life. Examples of resilience and wellness are rooted in all cultures and communities across Alaska. Traditional practices and ceremonies function to both prevent and restore balance, and these balances plant seeds of wellness. And if I think about, any thing that I've learned from my mom, one of them was about her stories around Tea Partner. And she told me these stories when I was very little. Tea Partner in our area is a connection between two people, a lifelong connection where they honor each other, and it builds responsibility for each other, sharing and caring. It's about reciprocity, it's about love. And that's something I didn't actually understand until I grew up and started talking to elders about what that was. But she planted a seed when I was younger around this, and I'm able to use that today for my own strength and health and wellness. So with that, I just want to say super grateful to Denakkanaaga, and thank you for listening. And I look forward to a good camp at the end of June. Dogadin, Hashugadistin.
Thank you, Laverne, and look forward to you being our teacher, us elders.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Look at it, look at it, Lauren.
You don't know if we give you.
One time somebody gave me a bag and I opened it, it was the raffle tickets. He gave me the wrong bag.
Oh, no.
Wow. Oh my
look
goodness.
at that.
Beautiful. Wow. Gorgeous. Thank you so much.
It's purse to put her retirement money in. Someday. Yeah.
Our final presentation for the day is the Morris Thompson Cultural and Visitors Center. As I mentioned to you, the Denakkanaaga has been very busy with other organizations collaborating on a number of topics, and we're very thankful that the Morris Thompson Center is one of them. We've done a lot of different projects, and it is really a really big initiative by Sarah Harriger, who is the current executive director. Unfortunately, Sarah is leaving because she's also going to Harvard for a fellowship next month. But I asked Sarah to come here and talk a little bit about these collaborations and what they really mean, and how when you work together, you can really get some maximum results on all our goals that we have at our different organizations. So please welcome Sarah Harriger with the Morris Thompson Center.
How you doing? Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me back again. It's lovely to see everybody in person. There I am. Yeah, thank you very much, Sharon, for the opportunity to come here and talk a little bit about all of the projects we've been working on. I do have a PowerPoint. Probably won't be that useful, but we'll pop it up and just see if it helps at all. So I'm Sarah Harriger. I was born and raised here in Fairbanks. My mom grew up down in the Bristol Bay area because my grandma came to Alaska as a teacher. My dad came up after high school on a one-way ticket. That was his graduation present. And he's stayed in Alaska ever since, with the exception of the time he spent in Vietnam. So I grew up here, and I spent, after I graduated from UAF, about 11 and a half years working mostly overseas. And I was always very satisfied with my very interesting job, but I always had kind of one eye back here on Alaska, hoping that I'd have to come home and do some good work with the people in the place where I was from. So I was really happy to come back to the Morris Thompson Center and have the chance to work with everybody there. And in the last couple of years, in particular with Denakkanaaga. We've been experiencing a really exciting kind of development in our partnership and an increase in the different programs that we're offering. And I think the most exciting thing about it has been what Sherry mentioned, which is the way that everybody is working together to make these ideas happen. So I'll just tell you a little bit about the Morris Thompson Center, first of all. So the Morris Thompson Center as an organization is a little tiny organization. It's just me, the executive director, a facility manager, and we have also a finance genius who helps us with our books. And we basically run the building across the road that's named after Morris Thompson. But in addition to that, we try to help all of the organizations that live and work in that building get along together and do the best work together that they possibly can. We also have an endowment that was intended to fund a sustainable, authentic Alaska Native cultural programs, a set of programs in our building. And that endowment never really has matured. We started talking about it again around the time that I came to Morris Thompson Center, but we ran into some problems because it's pretty hard to raise an endowment for something that isn't really happening yet. So we got to talking about how to make this really work, and what we found was we needed to first take some steps to realize commitments we'd made around things like getting together a committee of people who were the appropriate people to really help overseeing the development of a set of cultural programs like this and providing the advice we needed on how to grow the endowment and how we would use the endowment. So out of those discussions within the Morris Thompson Center Board of Directors, we established an Alaska Native Cultural Programs Committee over at the Morris Thompson Center. And the main body of that is made up of representatives from Denakkanaaga and Tanana Chiefs Conference, who are the main cultural programming partners that do stuff in the building over there at Morris Thompson Center. And I staff that committee. We have a representative from the Morris Thompson Center too, who's part of it. And the idea is basically that with this guidance from the group, we could bring together the right organizations to do programming, and the Morris Thompson Center serves as like a platform, a place to do it, like a place that's made for that type of activity. Not only the physical space, but also the community space. You know, we've been talking a lot about community at this presentation, and part of this is really just everybody getting to know each other and the work they're doing so that they can work together in the best way. And we also have an online presence we've been working on a lot. So this group comes together quarterly to talk about what kinds of programs we're going to do, where we're going to get the money, who's in charge of what parts of it. And just that development, having that committee, has been a really good step forward in coordinating our efforts and making sure that we're working together to have a bigger impact. So early on, that committee sat down to talk about what the main goals were. And some of what we came up with was that we wanted to deliver experiences that preserve, perpetuate, and promote Alaska Native culture, whether that's language or traditional knowledge, traditional skills. We want to create economic opportunities for Native-owned businesses and for Native artists. And we want these programs to eventually become self-sustaining. We want this community that's coming together to work together to keep going, and we want to find a way, you know, to not run out of money or run out of support midway. We want to make this something that lasts forever. Last time I was here before you together with Diana and Sharon, we talked about Our People Speak, which is a video series. It's going into its second year now, that features Alaska Native elders sharing traditional knowledge on seasonal topics. And with COVID, we decided to do this online. And, you know, it's kind of a loss to not have people in the same space having an event, but one of the really possibly good outcomes is that we have to record it. So now we've got a big collection of talks that are recorded, and we're doing things like putting them on thumb drives and sending them out to school districts so that this information, this knowledge becomes accessible more broadly. And that was possible because we worked together with Denakkanaaga to get funding. We had funding from Doyon Limited to do the filming. We worked with TCC to identify ways to distribute the information. We worked with the school district to promote the series in Fairbanks schools as well. And we've also worked together with even more organizations to identify topics and decide what kinds of things we want to discuss in these programs. So that's one example of how, even though we're not having it in person, by working together and developing a new idea, we're able to spread it more broadly, to share the content with more people. Another really great success story is the Alaska Native Gift Shop. I don't know how many of you may have stopped in already, but this is a project that TCC started a few years ago, and it was really very successful in the short time that it was open. The model is buying artwork from Native artists outright. They get their money as soon as the artwork is purchased. And then we take advantage of the Morris Thompson Center, a place where 150,000 people visit every year from all over the world, and people who are interested in buying a nice souvenir, who want to learn more about Alaskan culture. So that shop was shut down due to COVID, but in the last year, as we pulled together this committee and really started talking together, even though TCC was not quite ready to staff it and open it up, Denakkanaaga and the Denakkanaaga elders stepped up and said, this is a need. We want this economic opportunity. We want this representation for our artists and this way for them to interface with the public. So right now, the gift shop is actually happening in the Denakkanaaga space over at Morris Thompson Center. We started with monthly pop-up events, which were very successful. I understand people travel from around the state. We've had people come up from Anchorage to go shopping. And, you know, it's hard to keep inventory on the shelves. People are very interested. And so we're looking forward to expanding that and making sure that it remains an ongoing economic opportunity that connects rural artists, rural businesses with visitors to Fairbanks. It's also just a great place to get birthday and Christmas presents and things for all of us. The other thing that I'm really excited about is something called the Alaska Native Culture Coalition of the Interior. In addition to the committee that we formed to bring together the core partners at Morris Thompson Center, with help from Diana, who's sitting in the back, who came on initially as a VISTA volunteer, who was working together with Morris Thompson Center in Denakkanaaga to provide support for a lot of these initiatives. We've managed to bring most of the Native organizations in Fairbanks together. They've agreed to meet quarterly. They send in reports about what types of cultural activities are going on, so that everybody gets a little update before we meet, and then we sit down over lunch and we talk about what's happening. And we have identified so many areas for collaboration. We've identified a lot of needs that we all agree on. We've identified places where, different efforts are taking place, and if we combine efforts, it'll be a stronger impact for everybody. And one of the results of that I think is a great illustration of why it's valuable is that, I get a lot of requests at the Morris Thompson Center. They call the Morris Thompson Center up and say, hey, we're a bunch of visiting students from Alabama and we want to learn about Alaska Native culture. What do we do? And so I transfer them to Sharon, so that they can meet with elders and learn something. Well, I got a call from Fast Planning, which is an organization here in Fairbanks that helps the borough with their infrastructure planning. And they were working on a project with our local parks, parks where there are playgrounds and things like that. And they wanted to incorporate Native artwork. They had seen the murals over at Morris Thompson Center and they wanted to do something like that. I don't know if you've seen the big mosaics that are in I said murals, but they're mosaics that are in the sidewalks over at Morris Thompson, and they're based on beadwork done by different interior artists. So when I heard that they wanted input, I said, yes, come to the next quarterly meeting of the Alaska Native Culture Coalition of the Interior. And they did, and made a presentation about what was happening. And it was amazing. We had representatives from FNA, we had representatives from the school district, Denakkanaaga, TCC. I'm not sure who all was there that day, probably Doyon Foundation. And there were so many ideas about how to do this. And ultimately, Fast Planning left with a lot of really good input about how to do this in a way that engaged the community. That's one of the values that I was hearing talked about a lot in the first presentation before me. How to do it respectfully, how to choose authentic art. And they went away with volunteers. So some members of our coalition agreed to continue working with them to make sure that this project for the parks to incorporate artwork was done in a culturally appropriate way with a lot of community buy-in. So I think that's an example of how not only does this type of collaboration strengthen the work we're doing together, but it also allows a kind of access point for other organizations that might need advice or help or want to learn. And I think that's very important for our community. I'm sure that nobody can see this very well on the screen, but I did want to let everybody know that if you're interested in actually watching any of the recorded programs, you can either go to the Denakkanaaga website, where I believe they're all on the homepage, or you can go to the Morris Thompson website. And I'm actually updating the menu bar at the top of our website today. There's going to be a tab that says events. Just go to that tab and you'll be able to access information about upcoming events and also all of those recordings that we've done together. One other thing you can access on our website is an online exhibit we did about the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act that ties in with our physical exhibit. That's going to be under the exhibits tab. And that's another example of one of the projects we've done in the last couple of years as a collaboration. So I'm going to leave it at that. I just have kind of the last closing comment that, I came back about 5 years ago, and I'm really grateful that I've been able to work so closely with Denakkanaaga. It's a group of people that exemplifies the values that we were hearing about earlier, that kind of community and connection. It's definitely been the place where I went when I was hungry or needed to talk things over or take a rest from the the hardcore paperwork and kind of, institutional stuff that goes on when you're running a big facility. And I just so much appreciate the leadership of the elders in the last couple of years and the way that everybody has stepped up to work together and been willing to take on, it's more work. Things like, talking with fast planning and doing quarterly meetings, it's a lot. And so I'm just really proud of this whole group and the efforts we've made. And while it's still early days, our coalition has only been meeting for about a year. I'm really optimistic and hopeful that it's going to get stronger and grow more. I'm a little sad to leave at this point because I'm excited to see what happens next, but I know that I'll be watching from wherever I'm at and sending you guys emails to find out what's going on. I was going to play a little video, but I don't think it'll translate well on the screen. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. And thank you once more for this opportunity to speak with you today. I wish you a very productive conference this year.
And we'll miss you, Sarah. We're going to pray for another Sarah. It was a joy working with you. Ah, look at this. She's wearing bear necklace.
Thanks, Pat.
Us Native women don't get to wear that.
Pat made me this necklace because my nickname in the Afro-Brazilian martial art that I like to do, it's called capoeira. My nickname is polar bear in Brazilian. Maybe it's because I'm a little bit clumsy and a little bit pale, I'm not sure, but I really love this necklace. Thanks, Pat. And these earrings are beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just want to say it's been a great honor and pleasure to work with Sarah. Before she came on board, all the organizations, the partners that are located in the Morris Thompson Center kind of did their own thing, including Denakkanaaga. And that was sad because by working together, we can accomplish so much more. And as you just heard from Sarah, that has taken place. And like Sarah, I'm really excited about what's going to be happening in the future with this coalition and all the cultural programming that we're doing. And Diana Severe, she came from Tennessee as a Vista volunteer last year, and we were able to get funding, and now she's a Denakkanaaga employee and doing a wonderful job. I told her, I think she does have some Native blood in her because she knows so much about our Native culture and interior Alaska, and we're so blessed that she's here at the organization. So we're going to close the conference on our first day now. We'll resume at 8 a.m. for breakfast, and then the meeting will start at 9 o'clock. And please, delegates, be here because after we have a discussion about values and in which delegates can also comment, then they will have the vote on the second chief. So we will see you tomorrow. Thank you. Who? No, you don't. It's a conference. I don't know. Oh, for those online, we will come back at 9 a.m. for you. Thank you.
50-50.
Oh, wait. Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh, I forgot. Wait, we're doing the 50-50 drawing for today. Diana, can you come give me the total and the tickets? Here, Natalie, you'll help me draw. Get your tickets out. I almost forgot. One of the important things.
What color is it? Purple.
Huh?
What color?
The what?
The tickets.
Can I do it real quick?
190.
192? We'll just do 193. We'll just do 195. Okay, so what was received was 385, so half of that is, we're just gonna round it up to 195. So whoever is the winning ticket gets $195. And I'm gonna ask Natalie here to draw the winning ticket. Oh, in here? Oh. Oh, that's the $5 one. Okay, $5 winner. That's the blue ticket. Yeah, got ink all over me. Gotta get my reading glasses on. Okay, blue ticket, number 185233. Who's got that ticket? 185233. Peter, come see Diana. And then we have another one, the $1 one. Okay, come on up, Peter. She'll give you your money. We need to keep all the tickets. And we need to keep the money. Let's see, Peter.
Can we borrow money?
How much? So half of that? Okay, so we got 100 in the $1 ticket, so whoever wins that gets $50.
Purple ticket.
And that's the purple tickets. Get your purple tickets out. Purple tickets. The winning ticket is 206002. 206002. Over. Oh, come on over and get your money. All right, thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. No.